You're watching the Sunoco Minor League Cricket Championship, brought to you by our 2023 partners. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to this 2023 Sunoco Minor League Cricket Championship. We're here at the Parchment cricket fields, and we're in for a matchup of the two Atlanta sides here in this Southern Division that is just going to be an absolute blinder of one. If you can just look at the rosters and you look at the teams on paper, these are two of the favored sides headed in to this season. I'm Aman Patel. I'm joined by the one, the only Faisal Shah, who has a bunch of luxury on his hands being in Atlanta, Faisal. Now I get to see both these sides that are laced with all this international talent. Both these teams played 2 games last weekend and are now kick off their home schedules here right in front of us.
Very warm welcome to all the viewers, and thank you very much, Aman, and very warm welcome to Atlanta for you as well. Pretty hectic, traveling and then getting ready for this game already. Yeah, there's plenty of talent on show, and it's a mouth-watering contest already because we know that the teams have rebuilt over the off-season. Atlanta being the finalist in last year's championship, start off with the clear favorites, but the local side, there's always that little bit of needle as we're all ready for action now.
Well, you mentioned that little bit of retooling that each of these two sides have done. When we talk about the Atlanta Fire, a new opening pair for them featuring Kenar Lewis and Zain Zayed. So very electric opening there for the Atlanta Fire. And then for the Atlanta Lightning, talk about a Pankaj Kumar Rao opening the bowling for the 3rd match in a row. He'll be back in for the Lightning, and he's again shown the ability to be on a length and good movement. We'll of course see Funny Samadri, who was the MVP of last season's minor league, and of course the new captain for the Atlanta Lightning, and Unmuk Chand, who we'll get to see his exploits later today with the bat in hand. This one will be run down to 3rd man to bring up the first runs of the day for the Atlanta Fire.
Indeed, off the mark, Atlanta Fire, and this new opening pair that you're talking about, Zain Zayed, has been an ever-present since season 2 actually, because he moved from the local Atlanta side after the first season, which was incidentally known as Atlanta Paramveers, and we are here at the Paramveer Sports Complex, a newly built facility as well. So Zain was there, and Kenar Lewis is an able replacement, I think, for Rakeem Cornwell, who was at the top of the order last year for Atlanta Fire. And talk about international stars, Atlanta Lightning have got Hussain Talat from Pakistan as well, part of their mix, a genuine all-rounder.
We'll get an extra here from Pankaj Kumar, but you mentioned it, plenty of international talent on both sides of this team, and you mentioned it also, Kenar Lewis coming in for Rakeem Cornwall, who is of course in the CPL right now as a member of the Barbados Royals. So it's big shoes to fill. This is a guy who led the Southern Division last season in terms of runs, so the Atlanta Fire, they'll feel pretty good about bringing Kenar Lewis, who is accustomed to playing in U.S. soil.
Yeah, he is, and he's also played on world stage in these franchise leagues. He's been an ever-present in CPL and all those T10s. So he is a very seasoned pro. As we watch, good line and good length there from Pankaj. Just early doors, challenging that off-stump, 4th off-stump line on a goodish length. And like I said, because it's a new facility, so the wicket is settling in, but early signs have been that this is a very, very good cricket pitch as well. On a slower side to begin with, like I said, because it's a new facility, but scores of 160, 175 have been challenged and managed by teams batting first. So now that the teams have got equal strength and balance, it bodes for a very, very good contest.
There's a good opening spell here, and it was interesting enough when we heard the news from the middle. The Atlanta Fire, they won the toss and they elected to bat first, as you thought maybe on a wicket they haven't experienced yet. They would like to go bowl and see what it has in store, but they take the aggressive approach of trying to set that total. What do you make of that, Faisal?
It's the other way around, Aman, actually, because it's a very dry and hot day here, and it has been like this in Atlanta for the past week. It's been very, very hot. So they're using the first use of the pitch, and they hope that with sun beating down, it will get it slower and lower as the game progresses, and their prowess in spin department is second to none, Atlanta Fires.
Yeah, the likes of Aaron Jones in that spin mix as well. Look to be innovative. Big shout, big shout. Umpire remains unmoved, probably just angling down the leg side, but is still asking all the right questions. Is Pankaj Kumar Rao?
Yeah, we've seen this thing has crept into Zain Zayed's game, where his back knee collapses on literally every stroke that he plays. and that makes him pretty strong when the ball is directed through the middle stump line. Even if with the quicker bowlers, we saw them, he was sweeping the ball against the quicker bowlers.
Look to be innovative. Big shout, big shout. Umpire remains unmoved. Yeah, interesting enough there. But Pankaj Kumar Rao, he's doing all the right things here. Last delivery of this first over. Hit straight to mid-off. It's a good over. It's a really good over. Just 2 runs coming from it. The Atlanta Fire, they're 2 without loss.
गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट में क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Back here at the Paramveer Sports Complex, we heard Faisal Shah talk about it just a little bit ago. The international experience for the Atlanta Lightning brings out another one of those international bowlers, and he starts off well. There'll be a run to start things off, but Faisal Shah, you would have known plenty about Hussain Talat. What can you tell me about him?
Yeah, Hussain Talat is from Lahore, originally in Pakistan, and he's played franchise cricket all around the world. He's represented Lahore Qalandars lately in the PSL, and he's part of the Global T20 as well. Around the world, he's developed this reputation of being a very good all-rounder. Generally, he bowls in the middle overs with all the variations that he possesses, with plenty of slow deliveries and change of pace. Today, he's been given the responsibility to bowl with the new ball.
This one hit into the air, into the leg side, just over the top of that 30-yard circle. Didn't quite get all of it, but they'll find a run for Zain Zayed. You mentioned the tendency of that back leg. We saw it once again.
Yeah, and that has really hampered his stroke play, and he's relying on just a particular line and length. This time, once again, banged into the pitch, hard length, a little bit of extra bounce, and he was lucky that it went away from that fielder at square leg. And every time, as a batter, you collapse on that back knee, you just lose the side of the ball, and it's very hard to adjust to line and length.
This one over the top of extra cover. Don't worry about that. That might have gone all the way for 6. No, it'll be 1 bounce over the rope for 4. But that's a brilliant shot there from Kenar Lewis to bring up the first boundary.
And no such problem there for Kenar Lewis. He stood up tall, planted that big front foot, and went through with the line. Just a little bit of width on offer there. And Kenar Lewis is good enough to capitalize on that. That start will really give him some confidence. Last week we saw him, he wasn't up for the challenge, in all fairness to Orlando Galaxy. They didn't pose any challenge to his kind of talent and prowess. But I think with this local derby, you could sense that Kenar Lewis has got his bits between his teeth.
Yeah, I think with that delivery, he probably just got a little bit too full as well. Just really asked to be hit, and especially someone of Kenar Lewis's caliber and class, he's not gonna miss out on that opportunity. It's now led to the deep cover fielder being moved into position, as well as a deep square leg.
Fine leg has been brought up in the ring. So is the third man.
This time pulls the length back. Much better delivery that from Talat. And you mentioned the fact that he is someone who bowls those variations. You talk about another member of this Lightning squad, Funny Samadri. That's where he's been so good, is his ability to roll the fingers over the ball. So to have those two kind of work in tandem in that middle overs to the death is something that the Lightning are going to look forward to.
Yeah, exactly. So that means that they have strength at the back end of the innings. It's just that the power play, if they're using up Hussain Talat's over here, they definitely want him to break through. Otherwise, it's long Atlanta Fire batting lineup with wickets in hand. could really threaten the Lightning.
This one much straighter. That's a good delivery. That you mentioned the width earlier leading to that boundary. He's fixed the line, he's fixed the length, and Ken just showing why he's such a coveted player all around the world.
Yeah, quick adjustment there from Hussain Talat. That was, in all fairness, a nothing delivery which Kinar let him know very early that who's bossing this. So Hussain Talat had to be on his mark. He has been since then, but he has to get out of this over cheaply. So many times, so often we see the last ball go for boundaries, or last couple ruin the whole over.
Try to ruin the over to Kenar Lewis, but misses out completely. May have just stayed a touch low, but that'll finish out the second over. It's 8 without loss.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need one hand on the roof, one hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
Well, we welcome you back to this 2023 Sunoco Minor League Cricket Championship. And Pankaj Kumar Rao, he's had himself quite a start to 2023. Just gave up 2 runs in his first over today. Back in for a second. Starts off again well. Quick single taken, and they'll get it. Good backup as well here from the Atlanta Lightning. You mentioned, Faisal, how this is a long Atlanta Fire batting lineup that'll feature the likes of Aaron Jones and Jamar Hamilton, so wickets early are going to be key here for the Atlanta Lightning.
Yeah, it is, because in any T20 game, like you said, if you want to get that middle order in quickly, so they have to not only rebuild but also accelerate, and doing both these things at the same time is not an easy task at all. Someone like Nasir Hussain, who likes to anchor the innings, Jamar Hamilton, explosive, and Aaron Jones, the classic number 3 there, which will grace any batting lineup when in full flow.
This one's in the air. Third man's inside the ring. I'm not sure he's going to quite get there. He won't. And he'll take a good bounce to the boundary. A little bit of luck going Kenar Lewis's way, but he'll take it. He'll find 4 runs.
Yeah, that's Kenar Lewis for you. He'll go after anything. Little bit of room, and in early part of the season it wasn't that quick, but with all this sun and heat, this outfield is quick, so all the good news for the batters.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of dew early on in the day, but with the sun beating down on this ground, it's quickly faded away, and should be a high-scoring wicket that we could see. If you can get into the outfield, there are runs on offer that can help out any batting side. For Pankaj Kumar Rao, not much to overthink as well. Not a terrible delivery, maybe a touch too wide, but it did beat Kenar Lewis in all regards.
Yeah, and probably a little change of pace as well. That's why Lewis, when going hard at it, couldn't find that timing. This is the experience of Pankaj as well. Like you said, he knows what he's up to.
Another edge, another 4. Unlucky here for Pankaj Kumar Rao, but Atlanta Fire, they'll take it in spades. Kenar Lewis will pick up the second boundary of the over.
Yeah, once again, there's no luck there for the bowlers in this game. No protection at third. The fielder is up inside the ring, so Kenar Lewis, when he does swing, he's to do right now, because the third fielder has gone back and the deep point has come inside the ring. Early troubles there for the Lightning. They haven't done a lot wrong, but that's the intent of Kenar Lewis, that they're making him pay.
It's the beauty of the power play in T20 cricket. Just allows you to open up a couple more gaps, even if you're not meaning to. This time finds another outside edge, but third man's in place. We'll keep it to 1. I think Pankaj Kumar, had he seen that one travel over the boundary, might have just thrown his hands up in the air.
Well, he'd be pulling his hair out because it went in the air straight to where that fielder would have been, which went back for this delivery. And he collected it on a couple of bounces. So this is how it goes sometimes for the bowlers in this format. You just need to just keep your calm, because the bowlers will keep, the batters will keep coming at you. You just have to keep your wits about.
Yeah, we've seen that often. The patience is what's going to be the key here if you're a bowler. You can't get too carried away with the fact that felt like you should have had a wicket. And third man has come back inside the ring. Probably the right decision for Zain Zayed, who might not go as hard outside the off stump. We'll see if Pankaj Kumar can pick up that wicket he's searching for. Hit straight back to him. You can see again Zayed trying to access the leg side.
That balance is not there, because if your weight is not evenly distributed when you're playing strokes. This was quite full. Weight needed to go into the shot, but when you collapse, you kind of kneel backwards, and then your weight is never going to be in the shot. So you're relying too heavily on your hands, on your wrist to get you out of trouble every time.
Zayed, he's 2 from 6 so far. He's going to need to get some runs in a hurry. Make that 2 from 7. Such a deep batting lineup. Don't want to clog up too many deliveries. And a good delivery pulled the length back to finish out the third over. And at the end of 3, the Atlanta Fire, they're 18 without loss. Well, welcome you back to the Bunnervier's Sports Complex, and the wind is gusting. Signage boards going everywhere, flags flying around. Holding on to the umbrellas are the Fire's camp right now. And the Lightning, they've gone to a new tactic. It's the under 21. It's here Patel, left arm spinner. Will get his first crack with the ball in hand today. Starts off well, does the youngster.
Here the wind has really picked up, and like Aman said, blowing away all those umbrellas and the sponsor signage. So some drums there from the Atlanta Lightning, the ever familiar drums, beating a little bit now, sensing that they need to get behind their team.
Look for the big one. Has gone through everything. Here Patel, he might be young, but he's got a lot of variations. Made a lot of noise through the youth scene in the United States, and against someone who's very highly regarded in a country full of left arm spinners as one of the top ones.
Yeah, indeed. And the good thing about the kid is that he's got a very solid head on his shoulders. He's got skills, he's got good temperament. To come up against these big stars and hold your own, it does need a little bit of confidence and bravery, and here has got that.
This one's in the air. I think it's away from any of the fielders. It will be away, and it will be a boundary. The long levers taking it all the way for 6. It looked good off the bat. And here Patel, even with all the confidence that was there, it just was there to hit for Kenar Lewis.
Yeah, not easy to bowl in the power play against these big hitters. No protection. It didn't come from the middle of the bat. The wind probably helping the ball carry all the way. But if the field was spread out, normally he would have had some protection in that area. But because of power play, he had none, and it barely just carried over the fence for a 6.
Well, here you go.
Shouldn't put Hir Patel off though, because like I said, it didn't come from the middle of the bat. He beat him in flight, but such is the nature of T20 game.
Kennard Lewis has found some luck here so far, and he's followed it up with a couple of big shots of his own. Shots like that one's off the middle. Don't worry about it. That's 6 on any ground. How about this? Kennard Lewis says that one didn't come off the middle, but this one, it sure did.
It sounded very, very sweet off the bat. He absolutely nailed it. This time got down on one knee. It was a little bit fuller in length, so it allowed Kennard Lewis to get underneath it. And look at that swing of the bat. It really came off the sweet spot of the bat. And once Kennard Lewis does that, no boundary is big enough for him.
How about this? The experiment has not seemed to pay off so far. 2 6s in the over here for the Atlanta Fire, and here Patel is just trying to find his way back. Does well to get back in a line, and again, if you're the Atlanta Fire though, Kennard Lewis has done the damage for the over.
Exactly, he's very experienced now, and Kennard Lewis, having got the runs, just showing a little bit of respect to the youngster, but don't be fooled by that. If he gets one in his zone, he's going after it, that's for sure.
We'll get a single to close out this 4th over. It's a good one for the Atlanta Fire. It's 31 without loss.
आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
$31 for none after the first 4 overs in the power play. Kennard Lewis has been lucky, like Aman said in the previous over. He's got plenty of edgy boundaries, but in between some real sweet strokes and the brute force that the man possesses. And at the beginning of the 5th over, he's back on strike again. And if you look at the field, really Atlanta Lightning have struggled to find a plan against Lewis. That third fielder has gone back to the boundary, and the second deep fielder is the deep mid wicket in the power play. As I speak, the third man has come inside, and long on is going back.
Well, let's see if we get another flurry of boundaries through third man here, Faisal.
Most profitable area so far for Lewis. Santhalat has got a change of hand now. Chance at the non-striker, and Big Lewis was scrambling, and he made it. Throw on the bounce, went above the stumps. Fielder actually got very, very lucky when he got a real nice bounce to it, but his throw wasn't accurate.
Yeah, it just looked like there was a little bit of confusion there. It was a good pickup out there at backward point. Just came in with the throw, and again, nearly costing overthrows, but that would have been a huge moment of the game. Had that one ricocheted on the stumps, just could have been what the Atlanta Lightning needed to get back in the match.
And that attempted run out, I'll come back to it after this ball as Zan Said gets ready. Once again, looking to play that ball, displays that thin air. Another Atlanta Fire opening batters. His running between the wicket has made some rounds lately. That's Raheem Cornwell in CPL. That piece of run out that probably everybody would have seen it, Aman.
Yeah, it's flooded the WhatsApp group chats for sure, in and out of a couple, and again, it's going to cause some laughs, going to cause some eyebrows raised, but we all know the caliber of Raheem Cornwall, but these two won't want to get into that situation here after a good start they've gotten off to.
Swing and a miss. Good pace there from Hussain Talat. He's found the right areas. This is exactly where Zan Said will struggle, because the way he sets up, he wants that ball to be into his midland leg so he can use his hands and play it onto the onside. But once you collapse and that ball is outside your fourth off stump, there's nothing much you can do about it. And being the experienced campaigner, Hussain Talat, he's realized that.
It also looks like he's trying to set up to go over the top as well, rather than just to pierce a gap. That we've seen him do it through the covers time and time again.
That's a good bumper. Really good bouncer there. Building pressure on Zain Saeed. He hasn't been his usual self today.
They have to think this conversation is going to be had here between the two openers, but Zayed at some point is going to throw his hands at something. It's going to be rash.
Yeah, he is, but he's not in a position to make any contact. Like you said, he's looking to go over the top, but the way he's leaning back, anything he gets over the top is not likely to even clear the 30-yard ring. They've strengthened it now. 4 fielders in the ring for Zain Saeed on the offside, saving 1. Make it 5 rather. Once again goes for that sweep shot. Big shot there. Umpire walks away. Umpire Rogers had no interest in that. Good slow delivery from Hussain Talat. But Zain Saeed has finally got himself off strike with that leg by.
Well, let's see this one here. It looked close. It was Fuller. I think he took pace off as well. Yeah, it did take the pace off. Might have just been hanging down the leg side. Might have just. I think it's a good decision there from the umpire, but Zain Saeed would feel very lucky to be at the non-striker's end at the moment.
Yeah, but the pressure is building. Power play has come and gone almost for him with 5 overs. He's 3 of 12 deliveries. And you don't want to starve Keenan Lewis off strike as well, the kind of mood that he's in, because that will mean that he may risk losing his rhythm. And that is Atlanta Fire. That is what they don't want.
Here we go. Third man's inside the ring for this delivery, Faisal. So let's see if we get another one through there.
That's our most common interest, that plays in third man, because that's where most of the boundaries have gone from Lewis, especially from that top hand. This one kept low. And Atlanta Fire will watch this with interest, because this is what they hope as the game progresses with a softer ball. They are likely to have these variations in bounce. Over number 5 done and dusted, 33 for none.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Five overs gone, 33 for none. Atlanta Fire. Keenan Lewis has been the mainstay so far, 29 of 18. So we see another bowling change inside the power play, inside the first 6 overs. Here Patel, who bowled the previous over and got taken out by Keenan Lewis, has been replaced by
replaced by the man who has turned heads all over minor league cricket in 2022. It's Funny Samhadri, left arm seamer, who led the league in wickets with upwards of 40 last season.
And a good start for Zain Saeed, at least in a way that he's got Keenan Lewis back on strike. Bit of a slingy action there. Very unusual for the batters to line him up. And that's the reason for his success. Another man that will be seen very, very closely by all concerned, because after his prolific season last year, and it's a good acquisition as well for the Lightning.
Absolutely whips him away from the Seattle Thunderbolts, who are going to miss him desperately. But again, this is someone who in the power play, right after the power play, was able to really take advantage of wickets on the board. Now, the one thing for Samandri, the majority of his wickets came when wickets were already down. So this is a little bit different situation for him. We're going to see how he adapts. He hasn't started off this season as well as he would have liked. A match against, and last week, economy of 10 for just 1 wicket.
Lifted up and over, just one bounce over the fence. Kenar Lewis hitting through the line. Wasn't a terribly bad delivery, but an exceptional stroke by the big man.
Yeah, an exceptional stroke that was. Again, just a touch fuller in length that time for Fahmi Samadri, and just helped his elbows and hands through the line of the ball. Nothing for Heath Richards sitting at mid-on to do.
Slightly back up for length. Once again, Lewis onto it in a flash. And we'll check the outfield again. Just pulls up slightly short of the fence. Couple of runs for the big man. And Aman made a very good point about Samadri's success last year and his struggle to begin with this year, because that surprise element is not there anymore. So the second season, like they always say, is much more challenging, where the people they played against you, they've worked you out, and they come up with a plan. And this is a big challenge for Samadri.
Absolutely, and this is where now you get to see how good Fahmi Samadri is. We know he can take wickets when you don't know what to expect, but now teams, they see you as the strike bowler. They understand what to expect. How do you adjust and keep developing?
Once again, almost through the gap. Good effort, Heath Richards. But Zain Saeed is very, very quick between the wickets. This is one of his strengths, and converts that 1 into 2 to get the big man back on strike.
And this is, if you're Zain Saeed, this is an area how you can affect the game. Yes, you aren't striking it very well, but if you can run between the wickets and continue to feed Kenar Lewis strike, you can help your team in more ways than one. I think that's what T20 cricket's all about. If something's not going your way on that particular day, find another way to positively, in fact, impact your team.
Yeah, you make a very, very good point here, and this is how the big partnerships build as well, when you complement. Oh, look at that. Forget about that. That's gone almost 80 meters over cover. Fahmi Samadri under the attack from Kenar Lewis from the word go.
Well, just a little bit too wide for Fahmi Samadri. Can't miss against a batter like Kenar Lewis. When he gets his opportunity to free his arms, it was always going to go, again, full wide, just far too easy. Even with fielders out on the deep on the offside, there was no one who's going to stop that unless the boundaries were pulled maybe out of the continent there, Faisal.
Indeed, I mean, nothing, like we said, no boundaries short for Kenar Lewis, and this is an incredible hit. Imagine a 6 over cover, and that landed almost 20 yards over the fence and went into that big main field that we're not using this year, but hopefully very soon we'll be playing on that. Samadri under pressure. Goes for that Yorker. Little knocked down by the fielder at cover. It was difficult ball bouncing right in front of him. Put the body behind it, but single nonetheless for Kenar Lewis. Power play done and dusted, and it belongs to Atlanta Fire. 6 gone, 49 for none. Power play well and truly belonging to Atlanta Fire. What Atlanta Lightning needs to do, Aman Patel, from here to get back into the game. You've mentioned that a couple of their bowlers' prowess is after the power play, and now they're into that phase, that middle part of the innings.
Well, it's going to be about the wickets, Faisal. That's always what it is in T20 cricket. But when you talk about the way Kenar Lewis is batting, he's 44 from 23. and he's just striking the ball so well. You've got to find a way to capitalize on a wicket-taking opportunity now. Ulmukcan, the captain behind the stumps, he's going to need his bowlers to really fire here. His main strike bowler going for 16. There's a lot of pressure on this team.
Junaid Siddiqui is the new bowler. Talk about international cricketers. Junaid Siddiqui is another one of those. Represented Canada. He's a very handy leg spinner. And that's his phase. Over number 7 to 14. That's where he likes to operate. It'll be very interesting to see him go against Kenar Lewis. Plenty of protection now on the onside. Oh, he got away with that one. He really got away because it was a long hop. Lewis will back it for the second. But it was there for the taking, Aman Patel.
It should have been 6 over the top of the main field that we just were looking at earlier, because that was absolutely a long hop and a half. And again, you're going to feel very lucky to come away with just 2 runs. I think Kenar Lewis will feel like he just missed out on that opportunity. One thing to watch for here, when you look at Sam Plummer, who's the curator, his previous wickets, it gets hard to sweep. Ball might stay just a touch lower than anticipated. Just want to see if maybe one of these bowlers, especially Siddiqui, tries to take advantage of that.
Keeping low, big shot there, and like Aman Patel rightly mentioned, this is Siddiqui's strength. He likes to skid the ball through, and he's not a very tall lad at all, so that slider, if it keeps low like it did on the previous occasion, in front of the stumps, could really pose trouble to the batters. And this is Sam Plummer's quality of his wickets as well. He does produce batting paradises, but then they do get slower as the game progresses.
There is something in it for the bowlers. You just have to hang in there. You got to be patient. You might have to endure an initial onslaught, but there's something in it, especially for the spinners. If you can get it on the right length and just attack the stumps, it's very hard to put the balls away.
Sliced away and taken. Excellent catch there at backward point. Zain Saeed, who was really struggling to get the ball off the square, had the opportunity but hit it straight in the air, and a nicely taken catch diving to his right by the fielder. And this is the first blow, and this can be the signals of a comeback for Atlanta Lightning.
Yeah, it was a painstaking stay at the crease for Zain Saeed. It's come to an end thanks to a good catch by Danush Kabari Buckham. He's able to take it at backwards point. We just mentioned how the spinner can come on and change the game. And Zain Saeed has to go. Just scored 4 runs. Again, wasn't really able to get going. And just take another look at this right here from Siddiqui. Just gave a little bit of width. Just trying to create that gap. Unable to really find any timing or rhythm on it. And a brilliant catch there by Danush. Sees the end of Zain Saeed and the introduction of the new man, the coveted man, Aaron Jones.
Definitely a wonderful player to watch when in full flow. Aaron Jones, built in a classical mold, but over the years he's evolved his game to be suited to this format as well. He's very handy, and alongside Nasir Hussain in that middle order, they're the glue that keep the inning together whilst the big hitters come and do their job. A crucial partnership once again. But in T20 cricket, we've seen in so many games that over number 7 to 14 really allows the fielding side to come back into the game. And wickets, like we've mentioned numerous times, that wickets are the key. And Lightning could do that in that phase. They could really peg Atlanta Fire back.
Absolutely. And again, if you can get Aaron Jones out now, it just would create a situation where we have a lot of big hitters and not guys who are facilitators. And Aaron Jones, I think it's a brilliant situation for him to come into. He's a guy who likes to play the single-double game before he gets going. He's really found an ability to start much faster than what you would have seen maybe in 2022 when he was on tour with the USA, playing under 100 strike rate pretty much consistently internationally. But since then has really found rhythm, and with a guy like Kenar Lewis and the touch he's in, doesn't have to do a lot.
Yeah, and that easy single. Just thinking before the ball that with Aaron Jones, you can easily bring one man in at the beginning of his innings. Like Aman said, in the beginning, he's looking to rotate that strike, not keen on going big. That easy single meant that he's done his job perfectly and got Kenar Lewis back on strike. This partnership is crucial. And like Aman mentioned, that if they get out Aaron Jones, they will pose a problem. But if they get out Kenar Lewis, Nasir and Jones can be in the middle, which Atlanta Fire probably don't want. Two similar type of players and grinding through the middle overs.
Quick single.
Yeah, Aaron Jones is very quick. That's his strength as well when it comes to running between the wickets. Still looking towards skipper Unmuk Chand. Still only 4 fielders inside the ring for Jones.
Aaron Jones, he's a quality player of spin, so able to find gaps with ease, and again, he's going to eye that mid-wicket gap that's vacant.
Chance there, chance and gone. Finger's gone up. Big mix-up. Keenar Lewis, we all know, is not keen on those quick singles, but great work from Junaid Siddiqui. You got around very, very quickly and got to the ball, and Jones was stranded. This is a big moment in the game.
We mentioned a quick single in the previous delivery. Well, looking to turn it into mid-wicket. Thought he found a gap, but you mentioned it, Keenar Lewis. He's not going to look to push those quick singles, and Aaron Jones left stranded. The throw came in right over the top of the bails, and Unmuk Chand was never going to miss out. You take a second look at this, and again, it was just no way for Aaron Jones to get back. Just looking to tuck it into the leg side, and he was off in a hurry, but never was reciprocated there from Keenar Lewis, and all that had to be done for Unmuk Chand was to take the bails off. And there you go, 2 in the over. It's a very good over here for the Atlanta Lightning.
Never ideal in T20 cricket to lose 2 quick wickets. That has happened. Nasir Hussain has joined Keenar Lewis now, the former Bangladesh international. Of course, a very, very good player of spin in particular. This phase will suit him. But like we mentioned, with Keenar Lewis around, they've got to be very careful with their running.
Yeah, and it looked like the Atlanta Lightning, they refueled with some Lakshmi Rice after the power play to get themselves back into this match, taking those 2 wickets and getting these 2 in the middle now. And you mentioned Nasir Hussain, he's a more than capable bat, but now you got to watch for the run between the wickets, because like Aaron Jones, he's someone who's quick, who likes to get singles early and just like to facilitate that way before the bigger shots open up.
Exactly, and this is the time for Atlanta Lightning to tighten the screws. Looks like it's here Patel again. It'll be a good time to bowl for the youngster, although he's got Keenar Lewis in his sights, but with plenty more protection, because remember earlier he bowled in the power play with no protection whatsoever.
Yeah, that's going to be the key, and you can already see a deep backward square. We saw a 6 hit in that area, but had that fielder been in place, you're thinking maybe that's an opportunity. And I also like this from Unmuk Chand, backing the youngster. Yes, you went for some runs, but you're a quality bowler. We're going to back you.
That's a nice stroke. Little bit of room on offer, but the power of the man is such, was really challenging that fielder in the deep, who've done exceptionally well. This is terrific cricket there. And that return was so flat on the bounce to Unmuk Chand. That is the kind of fielding that the Lightning would really want at this stage. Terrific work.
Yeah, they're going to need more of that just to hamper down the likes of Keenar Lewis and Nasir Hussain. And for Keenar Lewis, there was not just the power, but also the placement of it. Open the face a little bit to get it through that region of cover point. Pick up a couple of runs, and he's 1 away now.
For that big heave on the onside. The bowler really didn't appeal. Neither did Unmuk Chand. The fielders in the ring, they were shouting for it. Leg by is the call from the umpire. Well bowled, because that ball hung in the air. You see he's bowling into the wind, and that will help him get into his flight and get the ball to dip before it arrives to the batter. Excellent skill there from the youngster.
I've talked to a lot of spinners. They enjoy bowling into the wind. It just allows them to control it that much more, get a little bit more dip, as you mentioned, the revs on the ball. Now the one danger is now the batters are hitting with the winds to their back.
The advantage is that Nasir is very new. With 2 wickets in 1 over, he's unlikely to challenge, and that is where I think Unmuk Chand can put a little bit more pressure on Nasir Hussain. At the moment, just 3 fielders in the ring on the onside and 1 on the offside, saving a single.
a good comeback this from here, Patel. Remember, hit for 2 sixes in his first over. He's come back really nicely. He's just giving up 3 runs and 1 off a leg by, so just the 2 from the bat of Kenar Lewis.
A top edge. Just lands safely. Looking for 2 is Nasir Hussain. He'll come back quickly enough. That was again not a convincing stroke from Nasir Hussain to get off the mark.
Yeah, just looking to sweep this one into the leg side. It caught the top edge. And he saw off the ground as well a weird bounce for the fielder. Something to keep in mind, because we've seen a couple times where the ball's just kind of turned and spun on these fielders. So just want to watch the angles and see if that leads to any misfields per se, overrunnings of the ball.
Yeah, that can happen in that direction. As we watch here, Patel scrambling quickly to save that single, which he won't be able to in the end. But that is a good over and a good comeback from the youngster. It done. 60 for 2 Atlanta Fire.
आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Welcome back here to Buttermere Sports Complex, and we're back into this 9th over. Siddiqui back with ball in hand. 2 wickets falling in his previous over. 2 big wickets indeed when you talk about the wicket of Zain Zayed, and then Aaron Jones gets run out. So pressure on the Atlanta Fire now after they won the power play. And this is also something we mentioned earlier, Faisal. You're not going to get those quick singles. You could see Hussain thought about it for a moment, but with Kenar Lewis at the other end, that's just not a real option.
Yeah, he's got to hit the gap. He can't just tip and run with Lewis around. And Lewis has been off strike for good 9 deliveries now.
Pushed out to fine leg, and will bring Kenar Lewis on strike. Faisal, he's 1 away from his 50, and he got going in a hurry. His first 44 runs coming from 23 deliveries. Off the next 5 balls, he's picked up just 5 runs.
Here with power play ending, he realized the need to change gears and bat long, if that makes any sense in T20 cricket, but that middle phase does demand a little bit of care.
This one's in the air. Has he got all of it? No. Fielder's in place. And put down. It'll bring up the 50. Not going to be a way you want to remember bringing up your 50, but the mid-wicket fielder did all the work, ran all the way in, was at 45, and is unable to take it, falling to the ground.
Yeah, big moment in the game. There was a wicket on the offing. Kenar Lewis offering that opportunity. He's been lucky today. He made the ground all right, got himself underneath the ball, but then he spilled it. He was looking good for all money until that stage. When the ball hit his hand, he couldn't grab it.
Quick single gotten here too. That's a huge moment in the game. You're going to think about it when you just continue to talk about how this game could have changed based off that single catch there. Now you bring in a new batter. Maybe a Jamar Hamilton comes out, maybe Rizwan Palash, but you're going to have a new batter instead of Kenar Lewis right now in the middle. That time he's bowled him though. Doesn't cost him much. You can see the mid-wicket fielder right now. He's not celebrating too much, but he knows he's gotten saved because Junaid Siddiqui has been absolutely brilliant and takes off the bails there.
And he'll be the happiest man on the pitch right now. But Junaid Siddiqui, give credit to him. He came back. He didn't let his shoulders drop. Came back with a perfect delivery, attacking the stumps. And Lewis misses. Siddiqui hits. Big man has gone after scoring a quick-fire 50, giving his team a very good start. But here, they have lost 3 very quick wickets. Lewis was looking to go big. That was expected from him. Beaten slightly in flight. This was low trajectory, but a fuller length. And Lewis cleared his front leg, but could not make contact with the ball, and it struck the middle stump, to the delight of Junaid Siddiqui and Atlanta Lightning. The Fire now in a spot of bother.
Yes.
63 for 3.
63 for 3 here. 9 overs have gone by, and we'll see Jamar Hamilton make his way out into the middle. So now 2 brand new bats. Nasir Hussain hasn't found much rhythm in his 8 deliveries faced, and again with the way here Patel's been bowling, and Siddiqui's been bowling, have to deal with the spin. You mentioned it, Faisal, that overs 7 to 14. They tell you they can change the game, and so far they've done just that.
Yeah, and it'll be very important for these two to stop the rot first. Run scoring can take a back seat for a couple of overs, because that is a tricky situation. And a while ago, that projected score that was looking well in excess of 160 is now reading 140 at this current rate. And let me tell you though, that if the wickets keep falling, they might not even get there. So that is the most important part at the moment for Atlanta Fire. 2 experienced men in the middle though. That bodes well for them.
Bowling really well is here Patel. Again, he's just found the length he wants to bowl. He's found the line. He's also mixed it up in the air. Some are quicker. He'll hold some. And the ones that'll just keep angling into the right-hander. This is brilliant stuff here from the youngster. Advances, but can only find the fielder. Misfield will lead to 1. Can't have that if you're Atlanta Lightning. You have the pressure, and you just let it go a little bit.
No, no, no. You don't want to do that. You do not want to do that. You could hear the chirp in the field as well. When Mukchand from behind the stumps is pretty vocal. You might be hearing some of this through the stump mic as he's cheering his team up, because he realizes, he senses the moment that there is a game for taking right now.
Now we get our first look at Jamar Hamilton. Big time contributor in 2022. Remember his innings in the playoffs last season against New Jersey Stallions to get them into the final, even against the Seattle Thunderbolts to get them close to the line. He's going to be key here, but it's going to be a much different way to approach his innings. Usually we'll take 5 deliveries and then go. Now you probably want him to take a couple of overs and wait till the 11th, the 12th to maybe take that advancing.
Exactly, and you could see the drums beating once again. That means that Atlanta Lightning are back in the game.
Looks to cut, cuts well enough. We'll get through the infield. They'll pick up a single. Thoughts of 2 turned down. Again, we've seen some really good work out there in the covers.
I'd just like to mention this beautiful outfield as well. That ball rolled along just like on a carpet. And that is such a new addition and heartening addition to the cricket here in Atlanta, in this area, this new facility. I mean, it's early days, but it is started to promise a lot from the get-go. And as a pure cricket passionate, it really fills me with joy.
Now, it was great to see walking in here and seeing the facility, seeing all the grounds on offer, and just how the grass, seeing the wicket, seeing everything, and then the big main ground under construction right now, working on the wicket, but you can already see the grass is in place. It's sodded down. It's going to be amazing. This is real good signs for cricket in Atlanta, cricket in the USA in general. Great stuff to see here in the 3rd season of minor league. Down the track, down the ground. That's 6 runs. We were talking about it might take some time to get going. Well, not much time, because that's going to be 6 for Nasir Hussain. And at the end of the 10th over, it'll be 71 for 3.
Yeah, Nasir Hussain has been there for a while now, and he was sussing here Patel up, and eventually he gave him. And that is the reason he got to the pitch and struck him with the wind, like Aman mentioned a couple of overs ago. That hit in that direction is with the wind, and it went a long way, and he barely seemed to have hit it. But incredible batting from Nasir Hussain, and they need more of that.
Looking at 140 right now, the Atlanta Fire would be hoping to get to that 160, 170 range. The Lightning would be looking for just 1 more wicket. If they can get through this partnership, you can kind of bring out some of the middle order. The Cornet Dries, the Ridwan Balashes.
And also Aman Patel, if you look at the bowling card as well, Unmukt Chand has got all the options that he wants towards the back end of the innings. Go through it after this delivery. As we watch a single from Jamar Hamilton. You got Hussain Talat, who's got 2 overs left. He likes to bowl in that phase of the innings. So does Afani Samadri as well. He's got 3 overs left, although he went for 16. But like Aman mentioned previously, his prowess comes towards the back end, the middle part and the back part of the innings. And he's got plenty of overs left. And Junaid Siddiqui, who's in the middle of a very good spell, has still got 1 over left after this.
We're seeing the runs starting to come through singles now here for the Atlanta Fire. Again, that boundary takes a little bit of that pressure away, and with Siddiqui bowling, don't think you're going to see a lot of big striking. This one will pierce the infield for a couple. They'll think about 2. They'll come back for it. They'll get it in the end as well. Again, this is the element now that you have in the middle. Can take those 2s, can take the quick 1s.
Absolutely. These 2 can run very, very quick between the wickets. That's an advantage, and with wickets falling quickly, that's what the batters can resolve to keep the scoreboard ticking along. That's why I said when these 2 got together, that's an important partnership, because they're very experienced, very skillful as well. For them to make a realization of what the situation demands very, very quickly is the key.
Tucks it around the corner. They'll go for the quick single at fine leg, and they'll get it. Again, those things will keep Atlanta Fire in the game, keep them in the likes of that 160 range, if they can just keep the singles flowing until those boundaries start to come.
Yeah, and putting the fielders under a lot of pressure. That is another key. This was a regulation stop that the fielder fumbled just because the batters were taking him on. And extra pressure resulted in an extra run.
Siddiqui's been so good, been so consistent. It's been hard to put away, and again, as we approach the end of his 3rd over, the Atlanta Lightning will rejoice in the fact that he'll get 1 more after this, and again, the Fire is just going to feel like they have to play him out. Don't look to take any risks. Runs it down a 3rd man, but just to the man in the fielder. It'll close out another good over here for the Atlanta Lightning. At the end of 11, it's 75 for 3.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
Back here in the Buttermere Cricket Complex.
Aman, I got to ask you this. It's very unusual to see you alone. Where's your sidekick?
Oh man,
Nate Hayes.
Nate Hayes. Shout out to Nate Hayes.
This is very unusual.
Sidekick is not the term. There's more so the superhero. I'm the sidekick in that duo there. But Nate Hayes, he'll be back in Morrisville, North Carolina, enjoying all the action, and you can catch all the action of this 2023 Sunoco Minor League Cricket Championship and enjoy all the games from the West, the Atlantic, the Pacific. Right now, we're enjoying the game here in Atlanta, and we'll get the treat of Funny Samadri, the left-hander, back with ball in hand. Went for 16 in his first, but more so due to Kenar Lewis and what he was doing. Starts off with getting one to stay low here.
Yeah, that with a softer ball and the protection in the deep as well. This is his time to make a comeback, and that delivery almost scooted along the ground. That is where he will cause trouble as well to these batters, but also indication that run chase might not be as straightforward as it may seem if Atlanta Fire gets a total.
They'll get a single up this one. You mentioned it. Runs on the board are always something, and again, we've seen the inconsistencies maybe on the wicket. So something just to be mindful of if you're the Atlanta Lightning. It might not just be a see ball, hit ball kind of day, especially when we talk about Unmukt Chand, a little bit of a stumble out in the deep. This is the moment Funny Samadri is made for wickets on the board towards the later stage of the innings. This is where he took so many wickets in 2022, where he made a name for himself.
Once again went under the bat. That bounce, although there was width, but that lower bounce hampering the stroke play of Jamar Hamilton.
Again, Jamar Hamilton's a very fluid cricketer, likes to get his hands through the line on the ball, doesn't need much to get going. So this is a battle here. Went for that Yorker, just pushed it down the ground. Again, it's the variation, slower delivery that from Funny Samadri.
Yeah, still not a bad over at all after making that comeback. I think different challenges, and like I said, in the field there's plenty of encouragement for him as well. Atlanta Lightning sensing the moment, and it is in the making of a very, very good game here.
This one hit through the covers. It slows up in the outfield. First time we've really seen that today. Usually been able to fly through, maybe just signs that wasn't timed quite as well there from Nasir Hussain. They'll get one.
Yeah, that was that hollow sound of the bat as well. So probably hit it near the bottom of the bat. Once again, that may be the reason of the lower bounce, that it didn't come on as much as he was expecting.
Final delivery here of the 12th. Can Funny cap it with the wicket? Well bowled, Yorker hits, and it's just going to be a dot ball to close out the inside ring. Is always going to go for 4, especially with the bat speed and the power that Hamilton possesses. It's a good way to get a hold of this over.
And that puts the youngster under pressure. Boundary at the beginning of the over sets it up nicely for Hamilton. He follows it up with a solid push. Again, a fumble in the field. Fumble in the field. They cannot afford to do that, Aman Patel.
No, they've done so well to claw back into this match. And then to have those missed fields, that's been the real letdown. You allow Hamilton to get off strike. Don't let that pressure build. And that's the biggest thing right now for the Lightning. It's going to be about tightening up, being sharper out there in the field. And it looks like there might be a free hit given there. Was that what the signal was?
I didn't see that, Aman, but umpire did have a word with the skipper. Beaten in flight. Excellent bowling there from the youngster. good response after getting hit for a boundary on that first delivery.
And you can see he's spotting the movements from the batters there. He pulled the length back and just kept it away from the bat of Nasser Hussain, who was undone by that delivery.
He's bowling into the wind now. Young Patel, who's bowling from the opposite end for his first 2 overs. This one's gone up. Fielder has looked back and started to retrieve the ball because it's way over the fence. Absolutely smoked by Hamilton.
Well, he's bringing out all the shots now, Jamar Hamilton. We saw the 4 through covers earlier. This one, flied it up. It was just asked to be hit, really. That's the spot of liking for Jamar Hamilton. Anytime he can free his arms to the leg side in that slog sweep area, he's going to do it. And there's no chance for that fielder at long gone. Just watched it climb the hill in his back.
It's becoming a big over now for Lightning. This Fire has managed to get, what, 12, 13 of the over now. Another expensive over for Heer Patel. He didn't do a lot wrong, but when you give opportunity.
So if you come to Jamaica, all we need to do is find sprinkler man and oversee where they might be. Because without sprinkler, you're not going to maintain a professional. I want to tell you, water and herbicide is more important than fertilizer. Because once you have water, you can have a certain level of green by your feet. All we need to do is put in a pump.
There's plenty of noise in the middle as well. It's generally from the fielding side, but when Jamar Hamilton is in the middle, he's the one who does all the talking while whether batting or wicket keeping. So he gets into his groove by doing this to opposition. Still talking. It's very hard to keep Jamar Hamilton quiet with the bat and with his talking as well.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot more of Jamar Hamilton talking with the gloves as well. One of the most animated keepers behind the stumps. So I'm very excited to see that. Got to see it at Church Street Park last year, and so good to be back here in Atlanta to see Hamilton behind the stumps later today.
Yeah, exactly, and he's a character, and like we always say, the game needs characters. He's definitely a character. Talking of him, it makes me think of another Hamilton, Henchard Hamilton, who was part of the Lightning. He was very prolific last year. Change of pace with a big grunt, and Hamilton is quick off the blocks and will convert this literally a dot ball into a couple of runs through sheer brilliance with the running between the wickets.
This is just really smart. It's really smart. If you listen to the last delivery, you could hear Henchard Hamilton saying, look two, and it's just because he's anticipating the overthrows. They're anticipating these overthrows, and that's the reason they're able to come back for 2 runs.
Yeah, it's very difficult to keep him quiet. He was on to something at the non-striker end. Definitely gives the challenge to the fielding side, especially the fielders in the ring. An exciting passage of play. Oh, that is dangerous. Oh dear, oh dear. Pankaj, who's struggling in the field as well, it looks like it. That would not help.
That looked nasty there, Faisal. Again, it just looked like he was looking to land and just got caught up in the wicket, almost like his foot just got stuck and just rolled over. Again, you can see he's gingerly walking now. You mentioned earlier, struggling in the field and over a go, and looks to be in a fair bit of pain there. Gonna hope he can finish this over and hope he hasn't done anything too serious. But you can see he's struggling at the moment.
He is, definitely. He's putting an effort for his team. Aman said, trying to get through his over. Responds with a perfect delivery. Excellent bowling.
Terrific Yorker that. You can see he was slower as well, not looking to go full onto that leg, and you can still see the limp involved. Maybe not another over coming for Pankaj Kumar Rao, and again, they have another game here tomorrow, so not going to want to utilize, or not going to want to shoot his leg. They have a whole season to play. He seems to be a vital part of it, opening the bowling in all 3 matches that they played so far. So he's a vital cog in this machine for the Atlanta Lightning.
He's indeed. Hussain goes big, not clean at all. Hussain Talat getting underneath it, and he's dropped it. A huge mix-up between the 2 fielders. It looked like Hussain Talat had it under control at the last minute. He didn't know what happened, and he just pulled up. But look at this running between the wicket as well. I think they got 4, all run 4 here. Oh dear.
Yeah, take a look at this. It's hit up in the air. It should be a catch, and I'm watching it. It's right in front of us here, Faisal, and I see there's no call. There was dead silence between the 2, and I just felt like something was going to stop it. And you can see all the way the fielder inside the ring was looking with his hands up. Last second pulls out of it because he sees a fielder coming in, and then they end up getting a couple of runs as well off of the overthrows and the misfields. We talked about the Atlanta Lightning. They're doing everything right in phases, but these poor phases in the game is what kept the fire in front.
And now full toss, a juicy full toss, put away. That is not good cricket from Atlanta Lightning. First in the field, and now Pankaj bowls a freebie.
Yeah, they picked up 3 on that previous delivery off overthrows. This time, again, struggling with the leg. You knew he probably wasn't going to be as accurate as he would have liked. Went for the Yorker, misses it altogether. And Jamar Hamilton was never going to miss out on helping it around the corner between the fine leg inside the ring and deep backward square leg. They'll pick up 4 runs there.
And if you go back to that catch, Aman, it should have been ideally the catch for the long off fielder, because the ball is hit with the wind and he's going straight to the ball, but like you said, no calling. As Hussain Talat once again goes for that fancy one-handed pickup, going for the second run, chance! That ridge on the edge of the square would not help these throws. This is poor from Atlanta Lightning, as Atlanta Fire end up this over on 104 for 3.
Yeah, man, she never send you some resume. Yeah, man, diploma. When diploma? She done return some. Alright. Yeah, man, but we talk. Thank you.
That sloppiness in the field is really hurting Atlanta Lightning at the moment. Having made a solid comeback through the middle phase, they've gotten into a stage where with 6 overs to go and plenty of wickets in hand, it can really play into the hands of Atlanta Fire. But Atlanta Lightning only have themselves to blame for.
Well, this is a situation the Atlanta Fire would have looked at. Jamar Hamilton in the middle, Nasser Hussain in the middle. 2 guys who can hit the long ball. They've spent some time. Jamar Hamilton's had 15 deliveries, Nasser Hussain 23, and they're both at least at 100 strike rate. Jamar's at 140. They'll have to see this 1 over Junaid Siddiqui, but then you'll have 5 overs to pick whoever you want to play. I think you have to get through this over first, so don't get too carried away too early.
Yeah, probably Hussain Talat has got 2 overs left as well. He may come into the mix. Mankad is in fashion these days. Probably that wasn't an attempted one. Junaid Siddiqui losing his run-up. Junaid Siddiqui's action is pretty similar to that of Shahid Afridi. He just bustles on to the stumps, hits the crease hard. doesn't give too much flight to the batters. It's quicker through the air.
Yes, it's a different type of bowling that we see in T20 cricket. Think of a Rashid Khan, the way he bowls throughout the world. It's flat, quick through the air. Doesn't give you time to really think about advancing and attacking. So keeps the batters rooted in their crease and makes them play on his terms.
Has gone big and over. The fielder looked with interest, only briefly though, because that was struck very, very cleanly.
Yeah, I mentioned Siddiqui likes to make the batters play on his terms. Well, right now, everyone's playing on Jamar Hamilton's terms. That's on a length, and he's really just sat and waited for it and just swung the arms to the line. So much power. I don't think that's come out the middle at all there, Faisal. I think it's come off maybe the top half of that bat, but he has so much power in that bat swing that it finds the entire way down the ground for 6.
Those very strong forearms and wrists there from Jamal Hamilton. And like you said, Junaid Siddiqui, because of the pace that he offers, that kind of length where he got hit for 6 was just right in the slot. Like a typical slow medium pacer, when they bowl at that on that length, the batters can get underneath it and take full advantage. This is gone in the straight to the fielder and taken easily. For once, Atlanta Lightning have got clean hands, and they have got rid of Nasir Hussain.
Well, not a delivery I think Siddiqui's going to want to remember. It was straying down the leg side, asked to be swept, and probably should have been taken for 6. But we saw Hussain struggle to get that sweep right earlier, found the top edge, again found the upper half of the bat, and could only find the fielder deep backward square. Make another catch along the boundary again, finally helping themselves. Again, take a look. Just straying down the leg side, finds the top half of the bat. Again, simple work on the boundary. Collect it. Hussain's done his job, though. He's taken the fire to this point, but it's a big wicket for the Lightning because maybe they can keep the score under 150, keep it in that 140 range, and give them a real chance.
It's up to the big hitters now to provide the finishing touches, but a wicket at the right time there for Lightning because they were so sloppy in the last over. They had opportunity, they didn't take it, then conceded the overthrows as well. So you feel like they were under the cosh, but that wicket will give them the chance to get together, talk about it, and really focus hard for the remainder of this innings, which is only 5.5. With 5 to go, 112 for 4. Sant Talat has been given the ball. It's a very, very crucial stage. Which way this one is going, Aman Patel?
Well, the Atlanta Lightning, they've done everything right to get back into this match, but they've just let themselves down a little bit with the fielding. For the Fire, if Jamar Hamilton can stick into the end, you can see a total upwards of 150 towards that 160 range you're talking about. But I think this is a big matchup. I think this over will dictate a lot, because if Dalit can use his experience and take that wicket, it's a whole new game.
Hiding the ball outside that off stump, making the batter reach for it. Looking very quizzically at the umpire for that white signal, which never came.
Again, so much international experience with Dalit, and he'll bring out the variations, and I'm curious to see who's going to bowl alongside with them. Will it be Funny Samhadri, who has been taken for some runs? Will it, could they turn to a Heath Richards who hasn't bowled yet, but we've seen him bowl major spells for the Atlanta Lightning in previous and last season's edition?
He's just pulled up in his tracks for Sant Talat. Don't think Konedra was backing up too far, or was he? I think there's that little ridge at the beginning of the square. I've heard a few players already talk about it. It does hamper some of these bowlers taking off points where that ridge is.
Yeah, it does feel like an awkward spot sometimes, depending on how your run-up goes. It just lifts a little bit.
Back of a length. Just no room whatsoever. It's a good start so far for Sant Talat.
It's a big time over for the Atlanta Lightning so far, because they haven't given up that boundary yet. They've gotten Jamar Hamilton now off strike. And so because of the fact that you've gotten Hamilton off strike and that you've brought on Ishant Sharma, who's new to the middle, also a youngster, it gives you an opportunity to really close down this over, just giving up maybe a run, maybe two. And if you can get out of this over, anything under 6 would be ideal.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like we said, with the kind of start they had in the power play, they would have been looking for plenty more. Once again, turning the batsman around, almost a leading edge. Run scoring has pretty much dried up here for the Atlanta Fire, rather.
Yeah, it looked like he was just looking to turn around the corner, which I thought he was going to be able to do, and send it into a gap there through fine leg, but rather found that outer half of the bat, the outer edge, and almost a leading edge back to Dalit again. This is where the experience comes in, slows it up, digs it into the wicket. Just didn't get to Ishant Sharma as quickly as he was expecting it to.
Over the top, will it carry to Heath Richards? It does, brilliantly taken. Wow, what a wonderful catch. He was coming off of the fence, had almost 15-20 yards to cover, and in the end had to dive to get the catch. Splendidly taken.
Yeah, if you take a look at this, it's hit up into the air here by Ishant Sharma. Never quite had the power on it. But you're looking at Heath Richards, and I'm not sure he quite knew if he was going to take it all the way through. He's running in, and it felt like at some point he decided he was going to, and that caused him to be just a touch late, but he made a really good effort, really good work there from the Lightning. We talk about their fielding, how it's let them down at some points in the match, but here, after that square leg catch, and now with Heath Richards, they've taken 2 wickets. It's a big one, and this over is turning out to be a real good one for the Lightning.
Yeah, the fall of wickets really hampering the flow in these final overs. Ishant Sharma took a calculated risk, but we're seeing as the game is progressing, the pace is dying out of this pitch, and that is making run scoring very, very difficult. That is the reason that ball went in the air. And at this stage, you'd also wonder what is a good total and what Atlanta Lightning will be comfortable chasing, because Atlanta Fire's got good bowling. But with the likes of Unmukt Chand, 1 or 2 impactful innings can really take care of this sort of total. So that's why these last 4 overs are crucially important for both teams.
Yeah, you look at the Lightning batting attack, you're going to talk about Unmukt Chand, obviously. Mark Parchment, who's an aggressive bat in his own right, Sagar Patel, and Jesse Bhutaner. I think they're big fish in that lineup there. So that's going to be the big question. How is the ball coming on to the bat? We know Udmunk is someone who likes the ball to rush on to his bat face, and so something to look for in that second innings. And Corne Dry, who's now has bat in hand, he'll look for that in the second innings when he's with the ball.
Nice start with the bat though for the former skipper. Hussain Talat, like you mentioned, the batting lineup, Hussain Talat is also in that list where he really sometimes likes to take his time and likes these kind of run chase situations. So as long as it's not 10-12 runs and over required, I mean he's sure to be there towards the end. So it all playing rather well in the hands of Atlanta Lightning, the way this game has progressed after over number 7.
You mentioned it, 7-14 is how the game changes, and it's changed in the favor of the Atlanta Lightning after opening for the Fire.
If you really want to be critical of one aspect of Atlanta Lightning, is their discipline, and that is the case with the number of wides they've conceded. Not many wides, but overthrows and slip-ups in the field, both along the ground and in the air.
Yeah, that's going to be the big thing to work on if you're the Atlanta Lightning. It's a stacked Southern Division. We've talked about it time and time again. You have the 2 Atlanta teams, and you have the Baltimore Royals, who've gone off to a flyer, a 4-win start. The Marshall Raptors, of course, making the playoffs last season. And then you still have to deal with the Fort Lauderdale Lions, who beat the Atlanta Lightning last weekend. So there's a lot of competition in this Southern Division, and can't afford to be too undisciplined.
This time, good effort in the field, good combined effort, just restricting the scoring to a single. A very, very good over there from Hussain Talat. 16 gone, 116 for 5.
What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
We'll welcome you back here into this match between the Atlanta Fire and the Atlanta Lightning. Again, after the Fire's initial surge, it's like the Lightning had some Lakshmi Rice and they found their way back into this match. And right now the Atlanta Fire, 140 is what that projected score is looking at, but with the wickets falling in the way, the fashion in which they are, you're thinking about the Lightning be able to restrict them below that, and plenty of batting firepower could chase it down quite easily.
Talking about everyone else having the Lakshmi rice. Have you had yours?
Of course.
Late lunchtime, eh? Already 4 o'clock here.
Well, there we go. Gotta fuel up, gotta refuel. We have another game tomorrow, so make sure to refuel for tomorrow. Hope you guys join us right back here at 2:15 for a rematch between the Atlanta Fire and the Atlanta Lightning. Someone who's also refueled is Pankaj Kumar Rao. Remember, he looked very ginger as he was walking off. Didn't look like he was going to be able to make his way, was hobbling around, but he's back in for his final over.
Yeah, and it's funny, he was hardly able to move in the field, but since he's come back and now he's into his final over.
In the air, who wants it? Unmukt Chand has claimed it. Late adjustment, and he'll take it in the end. It looked sketchy for a moment there. I think you could see some grimaces and some smiles there. Unmukt Chand saying, I had that all the way, guys. Never worry, never a doubt. Cornet Dry has a go, and Pankaj Kumar Rao picks up his first wicket.
And Cornet Dry, as soon as he hit it, he bowed his head down. He knew what was coming. And then that little bit of misjudgment from Unmukt Chand. Even Cornet Dry looked over his shoulder to see what was happening, but Chand had it covered all the way. And yet another wicket falls. Wickets keep tumbling here. 120 for 6 now, Atlanta Fire.
Yeah, again, just didn't get it off the middle of the bat. Found the outer half, and Unmukt Chand, take a look at this. So it's under. Said no. Makes that little movement forward, but safe hands in the end. And from one major leaguer to another, Milo Alfonso, he'll make his way out into the middle. Will he use the exploits with the ball? Without a doubt, we've seen how good the spinners have been. And Amila, one of the top left-arm spinners in the country, will now have to do something he doesn't usually have to do, carry the bat here.
Yeah, but he's very capable of getting a couple of big blows. He does love his batting, I know that for sure. And he always thinks himself a better batter than being at number 9 for the Atlanta Fire.
Don't we all think we're better than the spot we are batting at? I know that I can speak for myself and a couple other club cricketers back in North Carolina. We all think we're better in the position that we play. So find a single to get himself off the mark.
I've seen him bat for 3 years now, and it's the first block that I've ever seen. He comes out swinging all the time, no matter what the situation.
Well, he's developing his game here. He's adding new phases, and again, this is why he should be promoted. Center number 4, he'll be that guy to strike down the middle order.
Yeah, he's sending the message to his skipper. I just saw his skipper just turn away. He wants some 6s and 4s.
That's what's needed now. 2 runs away. Excuse me. There are plenty of runs away. Just 121 on the board. This one's come off both bat and pad. They'll find one, won't throw it, and I think that's a very good decision for the Atlanta Lightning and the way they've been backing up the throws today. Don't want to give up any free extras.
Pankaj barely got to the ball. He's very ginger in his movements. Look at him. Got a teapot on, but he's just fighting so hard for his team. Like I was mentioning, he's funny when you look at him in the field. He could barely move, and it's hard to imagine he came back and soon with that little minor niggle.
Bodes well for the Atlanta Lightning because of all the options they have. Again, you can see he's really struggling. Just wants to close out his final over well, but look at the future of the Lightning. Looks promising. Lewis keeps it to 1. Again, you mentioned it, after the way he's looked, how he's hobbling around the ground, he's come back and bowled 2 really nice overs.
A little bit of banter going on with his teammates as well. But he's bowled well, but he's got butterfingers all day long. Just cannot get hold of that ball. Pankaj, really big thumbs up there for him for the effort he's put in for his team. Be very interesting to see though if he's able to pull up tomorrow for that second part of the double-header between these two local sides.
Yeah, does that thrust maybe Heath Richards into a little bit more bowling? Who does that bring into the squad? If you're Chand and the Atlanta Lightning, if you cannot play tomorrow. Heaved into the leg side, will fall safe of any fielder, and just be 1 to close out the 18th over. Another good one for the Lightning. It's 124 for 7.
One ball, first blood clot ball out, you know, you pull it over the middle, you know. It's a dive, it's a Sam that, you know.
2 overs left here in this contest between the 2 Atlanta sides here in minor league cricket. And right now, the Atlanta Lightning look well ahead of the match, and they'll feel that way with Funny Samadri bowling his final over. Funny Samadri, someone who is again so good, and he does it again, keeping the ball away from the outstretched arm of the batter.
It's a gust once again here at the Paramveer Sports Complex. And bowling with the wind, Samadri has got a yard of pace from that end as well. That ball also carried very, very nicely to Unmukh Chand, where he took his fingers pointing up and right in front of his chest.
Into the leg side again, rolling the fingers over it is Samadri. That's why he's been so successful. The Atlanta Lightning will not be too uncomfortable giving up 1s. They'll be plenty happy about that. From this one gets through Unmukh Chand. Was there a bit of it? We'll get the signal here from the umpire. Was there a bit of bad, a bit of leg? No, it was given his buys.
Did hear something, maybe the swish of the bat, and it just died to Unmukh Chand as well. And that's where Atlanta Fire's hopes will be lying, the way the wickets have started to play tricks after the break.
Push down the ground. They'll pick up 1 for it. Again, this is just sharp stuff from Funny Samadri. Backs his skills, and again, when you have the captain backing you, Unmukh Chand could easily pulled him aside, said, look, today's not your day. We're going to go with our other bowlers, but said, no, you're my strike guy. I'm going to keep feeding you, and he's delivered the goods.
Yeah, credit to the captain for trusting his troops, and even more credit to Samadri for responding the way he did.
This one, again, nowhere to go, nowhere to go. Funny Samadri pushed it out wider, went for that wide Yorker, and slowed it down. Just too good.
Yeah, he's hiding that ball outside the off stump and attacking the stumps, but that length is impressive. He's not allowing the batters to get underneath anything.
Hits a little bit of a hump in the ground to get a bounce over to the long off fielder for 1, and they'll close out the 19th over. It's a good one to close out Funny Samadri's spell. It's 128 for 7. In for the final over. The Atlanta Fire desperately want to climb to 140. Again, so we're talking in the break, that's where the game could be made if 140 is on the board. Other than that, it feels like a good game for the Lightning. This one's in the air, fielder's in place. Takes it, no mistake there. It's a wicket off that first delivery. Looked to play the big shot, had to play the big shot, but could not find anybody but the man out in the deep. And the 8th wicket falls for the Atlanta Fire.
Yeah, Mila Ponso, this is his area. But once again, that didn't sound very good off the bat, which means that timing is an issue for the batters here at this late stage. And Santala digging the ball into the middle of the pitch. Really was in business, and that is his strength as well. Wickets have kept falling after that opening wicket partnership. Nothing of sorts after. Amila Ponso's effort wasn't good enough. 128 for 8 now, Atlanta Fire.
The Atlanta Lightning, again, we talked about it. It's a game of 2 phases, the power play and then the rest of those 4. It's a game that would suit Unmukt Chand, you know, and then with the big hitters of Mark Parchment to come and Saga Patel who can wrist his way to big scores. This is a game that's set up for the Lightning batters as we get to see the new man in the middle for the Atlanta Fire, the Canadian Jeremy Gordon, and he'll have something to say with the ball in hand and will have to have something to say for the Fire. But right now, it's about getting a couple of big blows off his bat.
And if you look at the innings, the partnership of 52 for the first wicket between Zan Saeed and Keenar Lewis, and another 49 between Hussain and Hamilton, and nothing in between, not even double-figure partnerships. So that is where Atlanta Fire has really struggled, and Atlanta Lightning has got the momentum with them.
Will goes for the Yorker, does well to keep it away, does Gordon. And I'll get one to bring Ridwan Palash onto strike, but this is a good way to start this final over. The Lightning, again, when I felt the way the power play started, they're thinking, okay, if we can keep them under 160, we would have done our job. Right now, they're on pace to keep.
A couple of wickets along the way, with this total, you're still in the game.
Pulled into the leg side. It's going to drop just short of the fielder out in the deep. Actually did really well to get that one to that spot. But you mentioned, I think that's going to be the key. You have those to come. We've seen the ball stay low. Sun's beating on this wicket. So it's an innings older. You're just hoping that they can put something in it for your bowlers, for the likes of Aaron Jones and for the likes of Emilio Alfonso, Corne Dry, Jeremy Gordon. And if they can take wickets early,
something here in the come box as well. Umpire Nuruddin took his time and raised the finger. Gordon's brief stay has come to an end, and Atlanta Fire, who are looking for that little bit of flurry towards the end, even that is not coming.
Yeah, just looking to go straight back over the top of cow corner. Just found a little edge back to Mukjan. There's really no doubt in anyone's mind. I think the umpire just took his time to settle into it. Lifted his finger up, and Jeremy Gordon has to go. Foot disappointed in that, but again, more strong stuff for Hussain Tillet and the Atlanta Lightning. And that'll bring out the youngster we mentioned earlier, Thinder Subramanian. He'll be in the middle. He's more known for his exploits with the ball. He's not shy with the bat, maybe like an Emilio Alfonso, but again, it's a lot to ask on a youngster to hit a couple blows to end this final over.
Like you said, his bowling prowess will come later. He needs to do something with the bat right now, but I can tell you, with this pitch and these conditions, he's tailor-made for these conditions. So watch out for him with the ball. It's great to see his rise over the years, and which started right here in this minor league championships.
Tucks it into the leg side, does well to get a run. Do they push for 2? No, he'll play the final delivery of this final over here. 131 on the board, and so 140 out of the question. A legal delivery keeps him under that. Again, what's the play here? You haven't been able to swing for the fences and connect. But do you try it again? Is it a swing for the fences? Is it try to place a gap run as much as you can? Where do you go if you're Ridwan Palash?
Well, anything you got to run, even if it goes to the wicketkeeper. Add one run, who knows? In these T20 cricket games, the close games, the margins are so small. Even one run could be the difference. So get anything that Atlanta Fire would be hoping for.
Atinder, keep your eyes on the bowler. It's in the air, through points, fielders in place, move to that region. There's the bounce we talked about earlier. Keeps it from 4, but they'll pick up 2. We mentioned that bounce a little bit ago. Does well to keep it away from the boundary. 2 runs come from it, so we'll move the Atlanta Fire to 133. But this was an innings that belonged to the Atlanta Lightning.
What a wonderful game we've seen so far. Seesaw battle there. Atlanta Fire getting off the blocks rapidly through Keanu Lewis. But then the comeback, and then plenty of wickets as well for Lightning. 9 of them after over number 16. That means that they stayed in the game and restricted Atlanta Fire to 133 in their 20 overs. And after Lewis's innings, the Atlanta Fire's bowling was superb. They could have helped themselves with some excellent fielding as well, which they didn't, and that is allowed a sniff to Atlanta Fire getting up to 133, where they can still think of staging a comeback if they get early wickets. But the game is beautifully set up with the wicket the way it's playing. We're in for a treat in the second innings. Aman Patel.
Absolutely. Do not go anywhere. Please join us right back here for the second innings. The Atlanta Lightning, they'll need 134 from their 20 overs when we come right back.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस, इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Now,
well, you mentioned that little bit of retooling that each of these two sides have done when we talk about the Atlanta Fire.
line and length.
This one over the top of extra cover. Don't worry about that. That might have gone all the way for 6. No, it'll be one bounce over the rope for 4. This one's in the air. Third man's inside the ring. I'm not sure he's going to quite get there. He won't. And it'll take a good bounce to the boundary. A little bit of luck going, Keanu Lewis.
He knows what he's up to.
Another edge, another 4. Unlucky here for Pankaj Kumar Rao, but the Atlanta Fire, they'll take it in spades.
Confidence and bravery. Here has got that.
This one's in the air. I think it's away from any of the fielders. It will be away, and it will be a boundary. Zone. Shots like that. That one's off the middle. Don't worry about it. That's 6 on any ground. 10 for just 1 wicket.
Lifted up and over. Just one bounce over the fence. Keanu Lewis hitting through the line. Wasn't a terribly bad build as well when you compliment. Oh, look at that. Forget about that. That's gone almost 80 meters. Sliced away and taken. Excellent catch there at backward point. Zain Saeed, who was really struggling to get the ball.
Yeah, that's vacant.
Chance there, chance and gone. Fingers gone up. Big mix-up. Keanu Lewis, we all know, is not keen on those quick singles. But great work from Junaid Siddiqui. You got to demand a little bit of care.
This one's in the air. Has he got all of it? No. Fielders in place. And put down. It'll bring up the 50. Not going to be a way you want to remember bringing up your 50, but the mid-wicket fielder did all the work, ran all the way in. That time he's bowled him, though. Doesn't cost him much. You can see the mid-wicket fielder right now. He's not celebrating too much, but he knows he's gotten saved because Junaid Siddiqui has been absolutely brilliant.
The fans absolutely smoked by Hamilton.
Well, he's bringing out all the shots now. Jamar Hamilton. We saw the 4 through covers earlier. This one.
Sand goes big. Not clean at all. Santalat getting underneath it, and he's dropped it. A huge mix-up between the two fielders. It looked like Hussain Talat had it. And now a full toss, a juicy full toss, put away. That is not good cricket from Atlanta Lightning.
Makes them play on his terms.
Has gone big and over. The fielder looked with interest, only briefly though. This is gone in straight to the fielder and taken easily. For once, Atlanta Lightning have got clean hands. On the top, will it carry to Heath Richards? It does, brilliantly taken. Wow, what a wonderful catch. He was coming off the fence.
In the air, who wants it? But Mujanda's claimed it. Late adjustment, and he'll take it in the end. It looked sketchy for a moment there. I think you could see some. It was like a good game for the Lightning. This one's in the air, fielder's in place. Takes it, no mistake there. It's a wicket off that first delivery. Looked to play the big shot, had to play the big shot, but could not find anybody.
You're watching the Sunoco Minor League Cricket Championship, brought to you by our 2023 partners.
So welcome back here to the Buttonveers Sports Complex, where the Atlanta Lightning now need 134 in the second innings as we see the opening pair walk out, and this man on your screen, he's the man of intrigue. He's brought so much light to an Atlanta side. Unmuk Chand, known for all of his exploits with the Silicon Valley Strikers, the leading run scorer through minor league cricket with 1,300 plus runs over 2 seasons. Wasn't even really here for most of that first season. And he scored a lot of runs at Musa Stadium. Now, why is that important, Faisal Shah? Why am I saying that? Well, it's because of the fact that Sam Plummer was the pitch raider when he scored his big 100 at Musa Stadium in the playoffs. So on another Sam Plummer wicket, you'd have to like what Unmuk Chand can bring. Alongside him, it'll be Mark Parchment, the man on your screen right now, taking strike.
Yeah, very warm welcome back as well. Yeah, that pitch though was on a settled square. Although it was an incredible knock, he single-handedly won the game for his team against all odds. This wicket is a bit different, but he's got quality and class, so he would have seen everything from close quarters, from behind the stumps. So he knows best how to go on this wicket. It will test him though, and walking around the field in the break, you got a feeling that everyone was thinking this game is not over yet. It's going to be a hard-fought contest here.
Cornet dry, in the ball, the first delivery. Starts off well on that length that we often see him operate on, and again, big, tall individual, digs it into the deck and usually gets plenty of carry over to the keeper.
He does, and he likes to bowl short as well every now and then, and on this pitch with a variable bounce here, his short pitch delivery could really be a good weapon if he gets the field right for it. Obviously, it's not a test match, so there is restrictions on the way you set up your fields, but yet be a good contest between him and Unmuk and Parchment as well, who in his own right is very prolific and has been in this minor league over the years.
Straight back, he'll find 4, prolific way to start off his innings here for Mark Parchment. He's saying, we're talking all about Unmuk Chand, talk about me too. I can find boundaries.
Yeah, you got to notice me. This is probably the shot of the day so far. Absolutely sumptuous there from Parchment. He barely seemed to have hit it, and it rocketed into those hoardings right towards our right of our commentary box. Magnificent start. What a feeling this is, Aman Patel, as a batter, when you hit the first one off the middle of the bat like that.
How about that? And we've mentioned Unmuk Chand's 100. Mark Parchment has 100 of his own in minor league cricket, so he's someone who can be amongst the runs and score a lot of runs in a hurry. He's gotten 4 off of his just second delivery in the classiest way you can do it. This one fended off the body. We talked about Cornet Dry liking to dig it into the wicket, does so there on the body line. Good comeback.
Good comeback indeed. And Cornet Dry is not comfortable with that fuller length that you expect new ball bowlers to bowl, and after being thumped over his head by Parchment after the first delivery, I don't think he's going to bowl many deliveries that will be full. And that short pitch delivery, like he said, really troubled Parchment. That ball was in the air, but no one close catching. Like I said, in a test match there would be short leg, and it would have landed straight into the lap of that fielder. As we see, field has been moved around, but still no close catchers on the onside, which is, I can understand that though, because it's T20 cricket.
And Unmuk Chand, he's someone who plays all the shots. Wouldn't be surprised to see him play that scoop shot at some point today. Good delivery this from Cornet Dry. Some sideways movement, no grass on the wicket, so it's just all out of the wrist and the angle. But Cornet Dry, he's a high caliber bowler. He's proven why right now.
He's a very, very good competitor as well. He will give it his all, and he's been amongst the wickets. The reason Atlanta Fire does so well is that Cornet Dry bowls very, very well in the power play, and he'll be looking to provide early breakthroughs.
Pushed out to short cover. Faisal, these two would have seen a lot of each other in the nets in Major League Cricket, both part of the Los Angeles Knight Riders, and obviously not having the season they would have liked, but got an opportunity to talk about Chand to work with guys like Andre Russell and work with guys like Martin Guptill, and when you're talking about Cornet Dry, work with the likes of Lockie Ferguson or Spencer Johnson. So it's a good opportunity for each of these players to add more into their game and bring it into minor league cricket. Over the top of covers, we've seen a couple of these already today. This one might be the best of them all. That's 6 for Mukchand, though. Is it going to be 4? Let's see what the ruling is here from the umpire. Just waiting for it. I thought it had gone all the way for 6. No, it's been given 4 there from the umpire.
Yeah, but Mukchand telling Mark Parchment early doors, whatever you can do, I can do better. And it was even better than that stroke from Parchment. Slightly fuller in length. Nothing wrong with that delivery. Hint of width, and Unmuk Chand really climbed into that. Elegant as well. Barely seemed to have hit it, and it almost landed over the fence.
Yeah, just someone who's such a great timer of the ball, and someone who's been tagged with the line of, you know, maybe starts off a little slow. It's just more so when you look at the Silicon Valley Strikers and the way they would play and the way they approach their innings, you had so many guys who could take the game big. You need someone to take the game deep, and that's what Unmung did. And so I think he has an opportunity now with the way player.
Well, the ability that he has, I mean, he's so pleasing to the eye, and he's got all the shots in the book. He's got the pedigree as well, don't forget that. It's just that on a higher stage this year at Major League Cricket, probably would have given him a rude awakening to see that where his potential can be, and I'm sure he's going to set new goals.
Well, Jeremy Gordon in as they run this by here. Don't see this too often for Jamar Hamilton. He misses something behind the stumps, but ball staying a touch slow, something we talked about, and maybe something that can help the Atlanta Fire. We mentioned Cornet Dry likes to dig it in. Well, Jeremy Gordon's also someone who can dig it in plenty, but he has that Yorker that can just sneak up on you.
Yeah, he does. A lot depends on his rhythm. Last week we saw in one of the games he was struggling. He was bowling from the end we are commentating right now, and he really struggled with his run-up, and he was stuttering badly. But then in Sunday game, he really corrected that, so it'll be important to see how he goes today. But that shorter delivery, once again, that bounce came into play, and it's making life difficult for the batters.
Tucked into the leg side, it's moved away from fine leg. They'll get a single there.
Sorry, Aman. The first 2 deliveries would tell me that Cornet Dry will be very disappointed with the last delivery in particular that he bowled, because normally he likes that back of a length within stumps, and he went too full, too wide to Unmuk Chand and didn't allow the wicket to play its tricks. And that's why he would just look back and think and correct this mistake, because they don't have a lot of runs to play with.
This one in the air again. It's over the top of covers. Hasn't quite timed it all the way, but it won't matter. It'll run to the rope. It'll be 4 runs that time. Jeremy Gordon's getting it a little too wide, and they'll find the rope there. Well, the Atlanta Lightning.
It didn't come out the middle of the bat. He was looking for that elevation as well, because it wasn't right up there.
And it's gone all the way. It'll be 6 runs that for Mark Parchment. How about the power on that man to take that one from outside the off stump and flat bat it straight back down the ground for 6.
Oh, incredible. Leather on Willow, and it was sweet. Mark Parchment really got hold of it. He looks in very good order. I've seen him play some fantastic knocks previously as well in these minor league championships, and he's off to a rollicking start again. That is not good for an umpire.
No, they need those early wickets, especially with 134 on the board. They're going to need to do something really special. And right now, it's all over Mark Parchment. The comeback delivery that from Jeremy Gordon, maybe setting slow as well. I'm just wondering, when does Jeremy Gordon go out again.
Time flies by. I was on comms for that one too. That was a ripping Yorker, I can tell you that, because he got hit for a boundary and then he ran in with full tilt, produced that absolute beauty, and the player of class and quality of Stephen Taylor wasn't able to stop that.
Into the leg side, fielder's there, but one batter away from him just enough. The B4 runs just scaling down the leg side play, but it was far too easy for Parchment.
He was going for that Yorker that you asked for, Raman Patel, but he didn't get it right, and Parchment didn't get it right. Absolutely sweetly timed once again.
Talked about players with great pedigree. This is someone who's building his pedigree right now on your screen. Superman, you want to remember that name because he's already made his name for himself. 2 years of minor league cricket. Now a member of the USA Under-19 team that's going getting hits side, probably run to the boundary. It wasn't quite timed, but 4 runs nonetheless.
Yeah, that's slight stutter in the run-up as well. You see this ball closely. Atindra Subramaniam, when he was running, he stuttered halfway through. He's better advised to stop if that happens rather than going through with the delivery. But no doubt about his talent and skill, and the best thing is his temperament. See how he bounced back now.
Smashed. Fielder there though. Taken. There it is. He took the celebration as well. It was hit so sweetly, but cover fielder in place for it. And how about this? What a moment it is for Atindra Subramanian. He gets Unmuk Chand. You talked about it in the break. This is the kid that can get the breakthrough for the Fire, and he does so in the biggest way, getting the skipper.
Yeah, it took him only 2 balls to make an impact, an immediate impact from the youngster. You could say that that ball was a bit wide and had Unmuk Chand the opportunity to smash it over, but the field was well set. A little bit of pace off as well. That meant Unmuk Chand couldn't completely control that lofted drive and went straight to the fielder. That is a big breakthrough, and Atlanta Fire, who are under fire, can now breathe because they have seen the back of big man.
Yeah, it's a big time wicket that for Atindra Subramanian, and again, we talked about it, it's a temperament thing. He's going to just stick to his stuff. He knows, and I think the most impressive thing for him is the fact that he has all the variations at just such a young age. You know, what, 17, maybe now turning 18 years old. Again, under 19 player, so he's someone who has the off-cutters, the slower balls already, and he's still developing, and that's a brilliant thing to see. I think that's the beauty of T20 cricket. You develop those variations much younger.
Where Unmuk took him off, but then he had the field set for that offside because he had both the sweepers on the offside, so he pushed that ball across wide of the off stump where his fielders were. He had the protection, and the ball went straight to the fielder.
It's a youth battle here. Danush Gavri Pakam in with bat in hand. Not much anyone could have done with that in under 21, or someone who's played 21 years of professional cricket. That one just hopping up off that length. Subramanian, a good start for him.
That's exactly what we saw in the first inning. What wicket can do for you, a yard of pace there from Atindra as this one climbed on Dhanush. He just poked at it, loose hands. He was lucky he didn't get an edge. But look at that ball carry to Jamar Hamilton. Excellent stuff.
Nowhere to go. It's good bowling. It's really good bowling. This is what the Fire needed to get back into this matchup. After the first couple of overs, went for some runs to get the big wicket Rumuk Chand and to slow things down. Subramanian, he's clicking all the right buttons at the moment.
Yeah, that's the time where he can be at his best. Look at himself. He's talking to himself all the time, reminding of what he needs to do, what he might have thought during the batting innings, that what was the best plan to come up on this pitch.
Starts on the stumps there. Subramanian, he's really mixing it up well, making things tough. And after 25 runs from the first 2 overs, he's just given up 4 runs, taking the wicket. I asked him actually earlier today, do you have a magic ball for Rumuk Chand? He says, not one I want to talk about for you. So apparently that ball was there. That was the one he was planning on bowling to him. But Subramanian, he's done the job his captain would have wanted. Inside half of the bat, he'll get a couple of runs there. Just one for a really good over. This has turned for the Atlanta Fire. And that'll close out the 3rd over. It's 30 for 1.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go rewards, when you fuel, you save because rewards come first.
Well, after Atindra Subramanian takes the big wicket and breaks a partnership, an aggressive play here from the captain, brings in Amila Alfonso, the left arm orthodox spinner here in the 4th over. Always a risk to bowl spin in the power play, but Amila, he's someone who's used to this kind of situation.
He is, because last 2 seasons, followed Atlanta Fire quite closely. What's their tactic is in the power play, that they like to bowl 6 bowlers for 6 overs. This year they're not the same with Coach Aftab Ahmed. They've gone with a different plan. But with the onslaught in the 1st over.
There you go, onslaught. They're appealing. This ball's actually out here. They could have run the Atlanta Lightning. Yeah, they should be running. Jamar Hamilton was convinced it was out. Umpire says no. And they're going to pick up a couple of runs. Actually lucky this one doesn't go to the boundary. This was an interesting play of events here because how convinced the Atlanta Fire were. Jamar Hamilton has thrown that ball almost to the boundary behind him. And then the late presence of mind from the Lightning to take that couple of runs.
It was Parchment actually who realized the situation, what was happening, because as soon as Hamilton took the ball, he threw it up in the air, up above his head. Now we see the umpires conferring. I don't know what can they be doing because it's an appeal for a caught behind. But yeah, the Atlanta Lightning batters were caught up in the situation. The batter wasn't paying attention, obviously, because he was worried about the outcome of the appeal. That may give you an indication of what was happening, but then Parchment realized what was happening, and a couple of byes umpires have signaled that. So 2 runs to the total after all that drama.
Well, we've seen everything now, Faisal. Now we've seen this again. I think that's probably what the conference was. Is it a dead ball? Is it still alive? What do we signal this? And I think rightfully so it's signaled byes, but that was such an interesting turn of events because Jamar Hamilton, he's going to be so expressive when he's sure, and even when he's not sure. But you don't see that so often when, especially from the bowler, from the keeper, when it isn't coming off that edge. Something to keep in mind. Again, it looked real close on replay. quicker through the air, and this time Jamar Hamilton keep it in the gloves and send it back to Amila.
And this is Amila's strength as well. He fires those deliveries in with the arm, and it keeps coming in at the right-hander, and then he slips the slowed one that turns. That's his variations.
Straight down the leg side. There's a big shout. Is it hit wicket? What's the call here? I think he's hit wicket. I think it's going to be hit wicket here, Faisal. Because there is a bail off. Or was it the ball that's come back on? This is something we're going to want to look at here on the replay.
Yeah, it's incredible. Once again, sequence of events. Jamar Hamilton is in the game. And did it bowl him round the legs? I think it just clipped his pads and then hit his stumps, because batter was firmly in his ground, so there's no chance of a leg side stumping. But Jamar Hamilton, like we mentioned before, he's an absolute character. He's part of this action, and he's got him bowled behind his legs, off his toes.
I think it was a hit wicket actually there, Faisal. I think that's what it's come off, because it looks like that ball ricocheted off of Jamar Hamilton's pad just to the ground, but I think it's just that right foot of the noosh that's come off.
Well, probably we'll need another look at that, but the end result is that
it's a wicket nonetheless.
Yeah, and Atlanta Lightning are tightening the screws now in that power play. And after Unmukt Chand, they've got the youngster as well.
So it is given bowled. You are right, Faisal, there. Umpires have signaled it as bowled. So how about this? Any way you slice it, it's a wicket. It's an eventful over through the couple balls we've seen. Just beats him around his legs. But how about this for the Atlanta Lightning? Not what they would have wanted after the start. They got off to with a fire. They're right back in the contest.
And there's theatricals behind the stumps from Jamar Hamilton, adding to the drama on both deliveries, because he was enjoying this as quick reprieve for him after that very, very convincing caught behind shout.
Sagar Patel interface. And Amila Ponzo's not offering anything for the batters at the moment. Quick on a length.
Sagar Patel was part of Atlanta Fire in the inaugural season of a minor league championship. Then he moved to the Lightning last year. And he was batting at the top of the order, but with Unmukt Chand and Parchment, he's dropped to the middle. Different role for him, because as much as I've seen him, he normally bats at the top.
Inner half of the bat. Look at Jamar Hamilton. Look at Jamar Hamilton pointing it out, yelling. That's the kind of stuff he brings behind the wickets. He's so good with the gloves, but also just expressive. And just when pressure's on, Jamar Hamilton's the last keeper you'd want behind you.
And you see the noise from the Atlanta Fire tent as well.
And defends it away. It's a brilliant over for Emilio Ponzo. The only runs coming from it, it's the byes that were thrown up by Jamar Hamilton. 4 overs gone. It's 32 for 2.
At the Paramveer Sports Complex, and the contest is riveting. The hospitality tents and umbrellas for Atlanta Fire, they do bring a lot of their crowd previous seasons as well, and even this year, and you can see plenty of noise as their team has now gotten back into the game. And Atlanta Lightning in the first innings, those drums were beating, and if you see them getting close to that target, they will also get into the game and create an atmosphere. That's the tradition here at the Atlanta.
Well, that one's hit straight back over the top. I thought it was coming to us there for a moment there, Faisal.
Yeah, look at that go though. Probably the biggest hit of the day. And the only player that has timed the ball so sweetly, that is Mark Parchment. Incredible piece of timing, and against Athendra as well, who puts the ball on a length. Asking the question, Parchment was good enough to respond, and what a response that was.
Brilliant there, and again, we've mentioned the likes of how good Athendra Subramanian is. That'll help the Lightning dugout, though. We saw a boundary in the first over of Athene. Wicket to follow that, a wide to follow this one though.
Once he strays down the leg side, lets his discipline go. That is unlike him, but Parchment, well, all eyes were on Unmukh Chand, but Parchment is really announcing to everyone that I'm the one to watch out for as well. Incredible strokes. Still inside the power play, so not much protection on the offside. Good hand there from Amila Aponso. Knocks the ball down inside the 30-yard ring and definitely saves a couple of runs for his team.
Yeah, good work out there. This is something that the Lightning struggled with. It was the fact that they couldn't, stop runs. They felt like they were just giving away runs at times. This is big time from Amila Aponso, putting his body on the line, diving a backward point. That hand saves 2 runs, and again, every run matters here when the Atlanta Fire are defending 134.
Yeah, Atlanta Fire traditionally is a very, very good fielding side. Chance? No. Good bit of calling there from Parchment, because Sagar Patel was running to the danger end supposedly, and it was his call. But yeah, those runs in the field, when these tight contests, sometimes you go back and rue the fact what you did in the field. And Atlanta Lightning would be hoping today is not that day and they get there comfortably enough. Incredible stroke! Wow! He's absolutely smoked it, and it went into the main field. What an exhibition of stroke play from Mark Parchment.
And that's got the drums going there, Faisal. They're loving it because Mark Parchment, he's made some room for himself, helps it over the top, and they're going to celebrate that all day long. Mark Parchment, again, take another look at this. Maybe the sweet, we talked about the straight shot being timed the best. This one might have been timed just a little bit better, sent in over the fence, and my goodness, Mark Parchment's already moved into the 30s now with that 6, and we have a display on our hands here, Faisal.
Yeah, that shot of the day comment, I need to reverse that, because we've seen a couple beauties after that. This is breathtaking from Parchment. He's got the wits about himself as well to put the good ball, just block it and keep the innings going. Parchment has by far looked the most fluent on this sluggish pitch.
No, absolutely. He's taken a liking anything full, but you don't want to get too short. We've seen already the short ball be punished back down the ground, and I think this is where it comes now to the Atlanta Fire bowlers. Anytime he's been given a chance to free his arms, step into the delivery, he's helped himself. But if you're on a length, that's when you can kind of tie things down. That's where Indus Romania is going to want to be back at.
He's feeling the heat, the young man. Another extra given away. Closing in on that 50. That'll be the first psychological block there for Atlanta Lightning. I mean, I've seen Parchment previously, and he has that prowess. Somehow he's gone under the radar and hasn't been talked a lot about when we talk about cricketers from this part. But he's putting on a show, no doubt. Once again, crunches it off the back foot, off the middle of the bat. He's really finding some sweet timing today. 5 gone, 48 for 2.
लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस, इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Well, these 5 overs, we've seen probably the best display of batting. And now with Amila Aponso and Sagar Patel, the battle resumes from the former teammates. But talking about Parchment, Aman, you've seen a lot of Manali cricket, And I can draw to my personal experience where I've seen him play so beautifully well. It just staggers me that he doesn't get talked a lot about.
Yeah, I think it's a real interesting point that you make there. And I think when you talk about the years that he's played with an Atlanta franchise, first year playing alongside Zayn Zayed, who was the captain, so he got that notoriety. And when they scored hundreds together, Zayn got a little bit bigger of the attention slice. And then last year, Shamar Springer was such a revelation at the back half of that innings. He was the guy they talked about. This year, Unmuk John brings a lot of that pizzazz to the side. So he's someone who always is amongst the runs, but somehow is always taking that back seat. And maybe it's a testament to his character that he's willing to take that back seat to anybody, just knows he can come out and do what he needs to do. And I think now he's putting people on notice for what he's able to do.
Yeah, and if he puts the runs on the board as well consistently, because we see Mila Ponce, and we've seen that many times as well. Consistency is also the key. You have the potential, you have the prowess, you show your strokes, then you have to convert them into meaningful contributions almost every time. Such is the competition. It's a big shot, angling in, always. Squeeze is on from the other end, but if you look at Parchment's strike rate compared to the rest, I mean, he's overshadowing everyone else, and this is an opening for Atlanta Fire. If they can see the back of Parchment, probably they can get back into this game.
Yeah, Saigo Patel hasn't gotten off the mark yet, and again, I think one end has to create some pressure, and that's what Laponzo's doing, but Parchment's the man right now. That's the key prize. The Lightning need to keep him involved.
Just thread it through the gap, but won't fetch more than a single.
Yeah, but I think that's a really important run there for the Lightning. Gets Saigo Patel, the monkey, off his back of being on zero, but also brings along Mark Parchment and gets him onto strike. Now, if you are Mark Parchment, you don't need to take any unnecessary risks against Emilio Ponzo. You've scored a flurry of runs in the previous over. Take your time, not a big total on the board. You're looking at less than 100 runs left from this stage, so it's just about keeping yourself in the game.
His prowess against pace, we've all seen that. What he can do against spin. And that too of Emilio Alfonso, who's very cunning, very, very shrewd operator.
A little bit of change in the field. They have a deep mid wicket out of the deep, and two fielders operating in a third man area. Expecting maybe a slog sweep here, and top edge could fend its way over to third. Mid on also takes a jog back to the boundary.
Remember, we're still in power play, so not much protection there in the deep. Jamar Hamilton go from behind the stumps. Oh, he's a character. Another good over there from Emilio Alfonso. The power play is done and dusted. Pretty similar scores for both teams. 50 for 2, Atlanta Lightning.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Power play is gone. Atlanta Fire managed 49 for none in their 6 overs. 50 for 2 for Lightning, so pretty even Stevens at this stage. But the real collapse started for the Fire from this stage onward. And if they can create one to their opposition, they'll surely be on the driving seat. But Atlanta Lightning has seen what can happen from here, so they'll be extra cautious to make sure that this doesn't happen to him.
Yeah, Cornet Dry back into the attack. I'm curious to see when we'll see more spin inserted. It's been tough to play, and so you can think about Aaron Jones and Nasir Hussain, two options you have in your spin arsenal. But right now, Cornet Dry, the big thumper, he's back into the attack.
Off the bottom edge. Tumbling effort in the deep. Good enough to save the boundary. Jeremy Gordon down in the distance.
Gotta love that from their big quick out at third man, racing away, fetching the ball, getting low to the ground as well. I'm sure for a man who's well above 6 foot, he's not going to want to be operating too close to the ground too often. So love to see the effort there from the big quick.
Yeah, they haven't got a lot of runs to play with, so that kind of effort is always appreciated. Talking about spin, Nasir Hussain is an important clog as well. He really squeezes the life out of these middle overs with his cunning bowling. Nothing flash, but just the experience, change of paces, change of trajectory. And that'll be an important phase for these two. Big swing and a miss there. Width on offer there, but Dhanush was late on it. Beg your pardon, Dhanush is already back in the hutch. Haman.
Sagar Patel, he hasn't looked any better than Dhanush has yet today. We know the caliber, but right now he's just struggling to get bat on ball and find timing. Just one run to his name.
Too wide on that occasion. That's what Sagar thinks, but umpire thinks otherwise. And this is where the pressure will build. You starve Parchment off strike, and now that the power play is done and dusted too, can really have adverse effect on this run chase. Sagar Patel needs to just put bat to ball. There's plenty of gaps, plenty of opportunities to rotate the strike.
I wouldn't be surprised to see if this continues for this over and Parchment on the other end. See spinner next over.
Gone there. The pressure was building, and Sagar Patel never looked in any kind of rhythm. That fuller length from corner dry invited that drive and was pouched. I think it was Aaron Jones, and Sagar Patel's knock has come to an end.
Yes, the area Sagar Patel likes to attack that cover region, so to get a delivery there, he thought, oh great, I can finally see myself over. But the safe hands of Aaron Jones, not a tall man, but he's someone who can get the hands up pretty quickly, always reads it well, got in a good position, and once you saw him in position, you never thought it was going to get through him, and a huge moment, getting Sagar Patel out, building some pressure, and like we said, the Atlanta Fire, they can keep the wickets flowing from one end. It's going to be a big part of their defense of this total. You just take another look. It's fuller in length, this delivery. Wider outside the off stump. Just found the bottom end of the bat. Sagar Patel just wanted it. He was searching for runs and just found Aaron Jones. It leads to the third wicket here for the Atlanta Lightning.
His weight never came into the shot. He was always leaning back. That's why it went aerial and offered that chance. Lackluster. Sagar Patel walks back, and in comes Hussain Talat. Formidable Pakistani all-rounder, and this is a tailor-made situation for him. They're not in a rush. There's no pressure whatsoever for the required run rate. He can bed in, he can play, he improvises against spin really well. He's a very good player of spin. This is a crucial partnership here for the Lightning.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be crucial. The lefty right-hand combination as well. So something that can try to throw off the rhythm of the bowlers. And you mentioned really good player of spin. I think that's what you needed in this moment as well, because I do expect there to be a Nasir Hussain at the other end following this over. You've seen a couple of overs from Mila Ponce already, 2 for him. Could see them saving that for maybe a later stage and giving 2 to Nasir and maybe try to throw Mark Parchment off rhythm. But this, we talked about partnerships, how the opening pair for the Atlanta Fire got off to that 50-run partnership, and then you had the partnership of Jamar Hamilton and Nasir Hussain go for 49, and beyond that, no partnerships. This is going to be the key for the Atlanta Lightning. What partnership is going to carry them through the game?
Yeah, partnership is an absolute key and need of the hour right at this stage, because if one of these two go, Atlanta Lightning would really struggle. Once again, that hand off the handle, Hussain Talat. That's the indication that the ball is not really come on. Now that the 6 overs have been bowled, ball is slightly softer and feel more spread out. That's the time where the batters need to earn their money.
Yeah, you mentioned the run rate not posing too much of a threat right now, just over a run a ball, so still very much in the Lightning's favor. But you don't want to eat up too many of these dot balls now. Got to find a way to get those singles and get those quick runs. These two can be quick between the wickets, and they're going to need to chase down this total.
Familiar back of the length delivery, and Glided away by Hussain Talat for a single. Good comeback from corner dry. His team needed a wicket and he provided that. 7 gone, 52 for 3. Examination by spin continues. This is the crucial phase. Nasir Hussain will enjoy bowling to the left-hander. And it's equally bigger challenge for Hussain Talat. This is why you get those big pros to get in situations like this and guide your team to victory. What Nasir Hussain will do is he will change his trajectory and pace. He's not a real big turner of the ball, although this wicket may offer some help to him in terms of turn.
Yeah, as you mentioned, he's someone who likes to angle it in and then just vary the speed in which he bowls and then just tries to throw you off with the length. He's not someone who's going to do a lot, but in T20 cricket, it's not about making a huge adjustment. It's about those micro adjustments you can make to throw off rhythms.
Got a slip in place too. That tells me that he's looking for wicket and he feels like he's in the game. 3 dots at the start of the over. It shouldn't worry Hussain Talat at this stage, but what it may do is just put Mark Parchment off his rhythm, because he's been in glorious form, and not seeing much of bowling at that, it could really throw him off his rhythm.
Yeah, you mentioned it. As they scamper along the single, it can just throw him off his rhythm. He does get back to the strikers in, but he's been off strike for about an over and a half now, and so also it didn't seem like he was too comfortable with the spin. Does have the off spinner now coming back into him, but sometimes can be a false tail with how tricky it is to put Nasir Hussain away. Doesn't want to get too carried away at this stage.
So Parchment played the first delivery of the 6th over, and now his first time back on strike. And since he's lost two of his batting partners. So that is building pressure. That's why I say it's not an individual game, it's a team game. It goes aerial, not in control. Won't carry to the fielder.
Actually did really well, did the fielder, was charging in, and that ball bounced quite a bit on him to get the hand up in the air to keep that down. And, you know, it was a really good way to keep that one from going to the boundary. That'll close out the 8th over, 54 for 3.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
So we're welcoming you back here. 8 overs are gone, 54 runs on the board for the loss of 3 wickets. The Atlanta Lightning need 80 runs from the final 12 overs. Wouldn't worry it too much with the run rate at the moment. As you see, another change of bowling. Jeremy Gordon will get the ball back. We saw a good over from Cornet Dry. Gordon was taken for some runs by Mark Parchment, so an interesting decision here.
He has, and watch out for Gordon as well with his rhythm. We've seen this end troubling some bowlers when they approach that crease.
Starts off with the wide down the leg side. You can see the idea, though. He's looking to attack the legs, not give him any room to swing through the line.
And it'll be interesting to see when he bowls to Santhalat, because I'm pretty sure he's going to go around the wicket and he will aim for that Yorker. Slightly slingy. His arm is not coming from right over the top, so it could be dangerous for the lefty.
Well, you hear the chants through the speakers right now. As for the Atlanta Fire, they'll scamper along a single with a Lightning, however. Good change up there from Jeremy Gordon, pulling the length back. And you can see Parchment rubbing on that thigh of his.
Yeah, Gordon is quite pacey, and I noticed he ran in quite fluently on those two deliveries, so that will give him that extra yard of pace. But no shortage of effort and no shortage of support there for the Atlanta Fire. Looking to get some chance going, keep their team in the hunt. They need all the support they can get from their fans, because they didn't score many, and there's not a lot in this game at this stage.
Gotta love the family affair minor league cricket is. And it's going to be another wide. Second extra of the over. Hasn't panned out so far, the Gordon experiment.
Yeah, it hasn't, and to my surprise, hasn't gone round the wicket just yet to the lefty. So Atlanta Fire, and now you see Atlanta Lightning. The drums are beating. These two, they take their rivalry very, very seriously, and it's building. It's great for the competition.
The battle for Atlanta. Who wins match number one? Run down to third man. And you mentioned why wasn't Gordon coming around the wicket. I think he was just trying to see if there's any bit of movement that he can get, because we talked about that Stephen Taylor Yorker earlier. It was that movement back into left-hander with the way his arm comes around through that slingy action. I think he was trying to exploit, but I think he'd be better off coming around. Think about what Sorbnath Volker does coming around when the swing starts to stop. Just the angle back in to the batter.
Good fans in attendance. Good number here.
Big swing. Missed out on it. Did Mark Parchment. We've already seen him take a couple short deliveries down the ground. It's a good way to keep throwing off his rhythm here for the Fire.
And we've been showing you the support here for this championship, the Sunoco Minor League Cricket Championship. And it's so good to see this new facility, and it's also attracting fans here. Plenty of greenery around, plenty of good shady trees around under which you can sit down and enjoy this beautiful game.
Could single that for the Atlanta Lightning.
And you coming from Morrisville, Aman, you've seen firsthand, and I've seen firsthand, the atmosphere that is generated by the fans who turn up, and that adds so much value to the competition, and it's so good for the players. And I think this facility is also looking to build towards that, and it'll be very exciting in years to come.
No, absolutely. I think the fans being there just gives that extra little bit of drama. And I think every cricketer loves playing in front of fans. As this one's left alone there, called a dead ball. But I think everyone is looking for and forward to playing in front of fans, especially those who've come from Major League and they've seen the sold-out crowds. They want to play in front of sold-out crowds. And so, to get more tents like these filled to the brinks, and I think, not just with this ground that we have playing on right now, but, the main ground that they're working on, I think that'll bring a lot of attention. I think, more lights you can set up in places, that's going to be a big thing. I think the infrastructure starting to take that next step is what's happening, and that's what's allowing for this growth and for the fans to keep coming out.
Yeah, you're right, talking about the infrastructure growing, because some facilities that we take for granted in major cricketing countries, the role of the umpires, the role of the scorers, big scoreboards around the grounds, and this facility, like I said, it makes me so happy because I see the infrastructure growing, and that is for me the growth of the game.
Absolutely.
Once you have more facilities like this where fielders can dive, throw themselves around, and then they have the major league heroes to look up to, the bar will definitely go up.
Was this one taken? Big shout of a catch. I'm not sure it went all the way in the air, but good effort there. Jeremy Gordon going for the wide Yorker to close out the 9th over, 59 for 3.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need one hand on the roof, one hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
Just 75 more runs needed for the Atlanta Lightning, but it's not going to come easy because the Fire, they've shown a lot of fight, a lot of grit in this second innings to keep things at bay, and it'd be Nasser Hussain to continue into the right-handed Mark Parchment.
Parchment is looking around the onside field. This is danger time, I feel, for Mark Parchment because he hasn't seen much of the strike.
Pushes to the offside. We'll get one out to deep cover, and I think it's a good result in the end for the Atlanta Lightning. Don't want to give Mark Parchment, we said it earlier, we don't want to have Mark Parchment frustrated trying to take on a spinner like Nasser Hussain. Rather him come back when there's a pacer bowling that he can take on, that he seems to much prefer pace on the ball. Let him take those players on and let Hussain Talat deal with the spinners.
And Mark Parchment, it's almost like beginning another innings.
Yeah.
That whatever he's done is completely out of the window in the context of the game. It starts here, right now, for him to be there and get that momentum back so the scoreboard can get moving and they get closer. And like when you said, it's only 70 odd runs left, but on this pitch, 70 runs are quite a lot.
Tucked into the leg side, but nowhere to go. It's sharp work, really sharp work. How about that collection and knock off all the stumps as well? And a high five all around there. Great team effort for the Atlanta Fire.
Indeed it is. The bowler got himself into an excellent position to receive that throw, which means that he had all the confidence in the fielder.
Really good work. Putting some pressure on Hussain Talat, who's 3 off of 11. And we'll just find backward point again. Nowhere to go. The Atlanta Fire, they're pouncing. You can feel the tension right now. You can feel there's something in the cards. There's going to be a big moment in the next couple of deliveries.
When you look at Hussain Talat's demeanor, his body language, he seems pretty calm, so he thinks he's got it under control. This awkward bounce off the edge of the square. Both the batters weren't looking. So Hussain Talat is in control, but like I said, it's a team game. You got to think about your partner as well. You don't want to starve him of strike, and then as a team, you don't want everything to be done all by yourself. That doesn't normally happen.
This one coming back, shooting up on Mark Parchment. It's good bowling from the experienced Nasser Hussain. Talked about all of his international experience. He's bringing it all out right here in minor league cricket.
And both the batsmen are not on the same wavelength when it comes to running between the wickets. That's for sure.
Look to cut. It's missed it. It's deemed wide, much to the dismay of Jamar Hamilton. Animated as always, and they'll get a free run. Will the Atlanta Lightning?
Every run is very much welcomed by the Lightning. Such is the squeeze that is on at the moment.
Cuts in the air, taken. That's what pressure does. Leads to moments like that. And Nasser Hussain's delivered the big one. That's the end of Mark Parchment. He's gone for a well-made 37. And the Atlanta Fire, they're inching back into this match. They get wicket number 4.
It was brewing. It was on the cards. The way Parchment had been starved of strike and the way he'd lost his rhythm, the ball wasn't coming on as well as it did in the power play. It asked for different kind of approach from Parchment, but he's gone after playing a very, very attractive knock, but his team is in trouble. 61 for 4.
Overs are gone. 62 runs on the board. 4 wickets down. We just saw the big wicket of Mark Parchment, and it just leaves questions to be asked about who's going to fill the shoes. You talked about Hussain Talat, but who's going to join him at the other end? Who's going to get it done at the other end? So just curious to see how this is going to get done. We talked about 70 runs, hard to come by here at the Buttonveer Sports Complex. And with the likes of Nasser Hussain and Emil Alponzo, who'll be back with ball in hand, the task does not get any easier
They've got Junaid Siddiqui and Heath Richards. They're both very, very competent with the bat. But I think the key is now for Hussain Talat. Now he's spent all that time in the middle and taken all those deliveries. It'll be his job to guide his side to the victory, and whatever support he gets from the other end, he will definitely need it. Jesse Bhutan is an explosive striker of the ball, man from the Caribbean. Seen plenty of big hits from him.
Yeah, we've seen Jesse Bhutan be very big in minor league cricket. Has played some explosive knocks and won't need a quite explosive knock today, but just a long knock. Finish the game out with your partner at the other end. Find singles, find doubles. Pushed into the leg side to find one. And bringing back Emilio Alonso here, what do you think the strategy is from Skipper? Is it going for the kill to bring back Emilio Alonso, bring his third over in here in the 11th?
Yeah, Alonso normally doesn't bowl 3 or 4 over spells, so probably he's just been in for 1 over to see if they can get rid of the newcoming Jesse Bhutan, because he's good against pace. And Emilio Alonso's quick armors, runs in with the arm at pace. They want him to catch him in front early doors before he gets settled. Probably that's one of the reasons. But still, if you look at the bowling card, they've got plenty of options open. All the bowlers have just bowled 2 overs each, with Jones not even seeing the crease. He's been a regular in minor league this year. So the skipper has set it up very nicely from Atlanta Fire's point of view, with all the options open.
All the options open indeed. Emilio Alonso into Jesse Bhutan. Looked to innovate early. Saw the movement. Did Emilio Alonso, slowed it down, pushed it outside the off stump. An adventurous stroke to start your innings.
Yeah, no pace on that occasion from Alonso. He made the batter wait and wait and wait.
Cuts well. We'll get it into the outfield. He'll pick up 1 to get him off the mark. Jesse Bhutan to bring back Hussain Talat.
Bhutan is not the man who you can keep quiet for long, so that will be the key, how he approaches this innings, because it's hard. The ball is not coming on to the bat. Then at the halfway stage they fell behind, because Atlanta Fire at the halfway stage were approaching 70 runs, although they were in the middle of that collapse. But then at this stage the partnership was on between Hamilton and Hussain Talat. Nasir Hussain rather.
This one hit back down the ground, and it'll need to be a partnership with Hussain Talat here for Jesse Bhutan to get the Lightning back in front of this match. Again, it's not out of their reach. It's anyone's game at the moment. The required run rate still under 8 and over, but it's just about who can hang in the longest, who's going to be patient the longest, who can take the most body blows and deliver the final one.
Yeah, they don't want to lose too many wickets in cluster and take this chase deep. There will be an odd big over along the way, but the flow of wickets, they have to stop the rot. We said the same thing about the Atlanta Fire innings, which they failed to do so. They lost 9 wickets inside 12 overs, and this is what Atlanta Lightning doesn't want to do. Partnership is absolute key here.
Just fends it away to close out the 11th over. The Atlanta Fire, they're ahead of the match at the moment. It's 65 for 4.
आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Spin in the form of Nasir Hussain, leaving Aaron Jones's over on the table. We'll see if they get used, but Hussain picked up a wicket in his last. Picks up a wicket here. It's more from Jamar Hamilton. I don't even know if he's taken off the bails. He has, but there you go. Jamar Hamilton's running up and down because that's a huge moment in the game there. Nasir Hussain gets his second wicket.
Yeah, all on the card. Hussain Talat was feeling the pressure. He had to go for it. And Nasser Hussain beat him in flight. Hussain Talat ran past it, and the dance from Jamar Hamilton. You will see when the replay comes up how much he enjoyed that wicket. And still in the thick of things, Jamar Hamilton. But Nasser Hussain's deception is the key. Hussain Talat went down the wicket and swings at thin air. Plenty of time for Hamilton to do the stumping and then the jig afterwards.
Yeah, followed by the dance. I think the dance might be the best moment of the day. Again, you take a look at it here. I want to know what song's in his head consistently here, because there's got to be an absolute banger on the cards for him to be moving the way he is. But the Atlanta Fire, they're on to something here. 5 wickets have fallen, and it is just falling apart for the Atlanta Lightning with 134 on the board. And the way they started, you just felt the Lightning should be able to do it as Heath Richards walks into the middle. Now, he is an explosive bat in his own right. I still remember his very first delivery of minor league cricket was at Church Street Park, and I think there was maybe a delivery or 2 deliveries left in the innings, and he switch hits his very first delivery for 6, switch hits a Yorker for 6, and I was like, okay, well, there you go.
Easy as you go.
Easy as you like, you know. I was like, okay, well, there's levels to this, but he's someone who can deliver with the bat, but now it's a pressure situation. 69 runs needed, 53 balls to go, and you have to face Nasser Hussain straight up.
And now the run rate will also come into equation. With 5 wickets down, that run rate getting up above 7 or 8. It's already closing in on 8 per over. So now the task is doubly difficult. The later lower order batters, they not only have to score, but also protect the wicket as well. Not easy in these tough conditions here at the Paramveers.
Very, very tough here. Very, very difficult. Heath Richards gets it away. It'll be a misfield, a backward point that leads to 1. Unfortunate there for the Atlanta Fire. They just felt they had all that pressure. You talk about what the Lightning did in the field. It was moments like that that kept the Fire in the game and kept them and gave them the ability to score 133.
Yeah, now Atlanta Lightning will be ruining the fact that how many extra runs they're getting, which they gave away in the field. With each and every run being so hard to come by, you realize the importance of those easy ones that you've given away in the field.
Sweeps well. I think he might have tucked it in well enough. No, oh yes, it's gonna be 4. Just try to flick it back. It looked like Kennard Lewis, but it just comes off the leg as well. Look to bend down, kind of just a real unfortunate series of events there for Kennard Lewis out in the deep. Will be 4 nonetheless for the Atlanta Lightning.
Sweetly connected there, but Kennard Lewis at one stage was looking to dive. I think he got himself wrong-footed, and in the end had to lunge and stop the ball, but couldn't go down. Big man, a long way down for him, but a sloppy boundary conceded. And that boundary was much needed, but plenty more needed. 12 gone, 70 for 5.
What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Twelve overs gone, 70 for 5. 64 needed. Exactly 8 run and over from here. That boundary was pretty helpful towards the back end of the last over. But Jesse Bouton and Heath Richards, their job is pretty tough here. Atindra Subramaniam, he had an off-color day so far with the ball. His challenge was immense as always. He did take the big wicket of Unmukh Chand though, but went for plenty in the second over. His chance to redeem himself and continue the squeeze that has been put on by the spinners. Standing up tall off the back foot, Heath Richards. He's found the middle of the bat on a couple of occasions that they'll make him feel good.
Yeah, again, it's not you don't have to do a lot here in this situation if you're Heath Richards or if you're Jesse Bouton. It's about keeping the runs flowing. He had 6 or 7 runs and over until maybe the last 3, and then from there it'll be an 8.5 run game, and you can do that in the last 3. Things happen. I think for these guys, if the bad ball's there, you put it away, but there's no need to force it. And I think that's going to be the key. Now with Atinder Subramanian, you don't want to force anything against him at any situation.
That's where he's handy. He's got quite a few slow deliveries. This one looked like an off-cutter angle and lands it correctly. And batters under pressure, they can't do much with it. And this is where the pressure will be building. Bouton, though, you can't keep him quiet for long, like I said, Aman.
No, you cannot. He's just someone who scores runs wherever he goes. And again, was brought to this Atlanta Lightning side last season and was an absolute key in that bottom middle order.
Atinder Subramanian, though, he's just so skillful. And Bouton just thought single was the best option for now, at least.
Backhand slower ball there from the young man, and it's very impressive to see these kinds of variations. You mentioned the off cutter, this time this back of the hand slower one. So this is the kind of stuff that he's able to do when he's learning from the guy likes of Cornet Dry and Jeremy Gordon on a consistent basis.
This time a regular seam up delivery, mixing it up very, very nicely. But with all the 3 variations, Aman, the key is the line and the length, spot on each occasion.
Absolutely spot on. And again, this is why he was selected for that USA Under-19 team. He's not going to blow you away with his pace. And he's quicker than he looks, but he's never going to blow you away with his pace, not yet anyway. He's someone who blows you away because in the middle overs, he's so vital because you just don't get many bowlers at his age that are able to do the things that he does.
Playing with the length of Atindra on that occasion, Heath Richards was trying to advance and put him off. He did that successfully. And what an experience for him will be when he goes to that World Cup, the Under-19 World Cup. It's a massive achievement because remember, Aman, the senior team went all the way to the final qualifying stage. They couldn't clear that hurdle, but the juniors, the Under-19, went one better and they have qualified. That is such a great news. Because these cricketers now, playing with experience and quality players, will accumulate so much knowledge that they will surely push him to next level.
Yeah, also push him to next level. Jamar Hamilton, up the stumps.
Moving swiftly, covering the angles nicely. Atindra has conceded 3rd wide, for my memory, I think, and that's very unusual with him.
Yeah, usually someone who's very, very accurate. You mentioned, an accomplishment that was to the USA Under-19 team. They almost vindicate that 2021 team that many people thought would have gone on to represent the USA in that World Cup had the qualifiers been played, not due to COVID. And so to do that, I think it vindicates a lot of those people, a lot of those teams.
And you made this point, it also shows the continuation of the progress. That 2 years down the line, what was expected in 2021, the boys has gone on and done that. So that is a testament to whoever the coaches are that are working at the grassroots level. I mean, there's a lot of people who are putting a lot of effort, and we just can't say enough thanks to those people because that's cricket is elevating here in this part of the world, and there's a lot of work goes behind the scenes as Atindra closes off despite a couple of wides. An excellent over, 74 for 5. Seven overs to go. Run rate is climbing. Batters in the middle. Richards has played 7 deliveries. Bouton has 8. That's enough time, you would think, in T20. As Bouton winds up. and smashes him down the ground. That is the boundary that the Lightning definitely need. Here's some cheers in their camp.
A bit of width on offer that time from Nasir Hussain, and that was the difference for Jesse Bhutan. He spotted it early, freed the arms, and just helped himself straight back down the ground. Again, flighted up outside the off stump and just giving him the license to do that. Nasir Hussain is going to want to be back close to stumps, but you mentioned the drums are out. It's something to cheer about, something to help the Lightning's case as we get deeper and deeper into this match.
The margins are so tight that despite the domination of Atlanta Fire in the last few overs, this game is still in the balance. A couple of overs that the Lightning can get the rhythm, the momentum back. It will really turn the tire right around on the head.
Again, if Nasir Hussain can pick up his third wicket, it just maybe end the campaign.
Nicely swept there, couple of runs. Big Kenar Lewis once again asked to do the chasing. But this is clever. They got a boundary in the first delivery, then another two. Probably keeping up with the run rate. It's just they have to do it for a longer period of time, Aman Patel.
Yeah, just finding ways to get runs and score runs and finding gaps is something we saw earlier, and because of that they've moved fine leg out from out from the mid-wicket area. So maybe now you see him try to flick, and maybe this leads to the leading edge. I think that's going to be the thing for the Fire, clogging up those singles.
Again, play and a miss there from Bhutan. Nasir Hussain is into his fourth over, so if you look at the bowling card, Amila has got 1 over left, and the rest of the options are pace only at the moment if we don't see Aaron Jones. As Bhutan has once again found the gap, running hard. Polish is quick. Excellent return there as well. Hamilton in the action again.
Always can't keep him out of the action, it feels. Again, he's going to move everywhere you don't want your keeper to be moving, it feels like at times. This is a guy who, again, is always going to be asking the questions, always going to be vibrant, animated. But you mentioned only the one spin option for Milo Alpanza, and that's about it after this over's done. You know, do they go to Aaron Jones, or do they like to go pace on and let these two batters deal with the pace? Interesting questions.
Another brilliant piece of work in the field. Superb work. Looks like it's Ishan. Stopped runs there. This is Atlanta Fire at their very best. Single to close out Hussein's spell. He's bowled out his 4. Lightning 82 for 5. Six overs of pace. If we don't see Aaron Jones, and with the likes of Jesse Bhutan in the middle, Atlanta Lightning would be hoping that that plays right into their hands. Although the pace of Kone Dry is not that easy to handle, especially with this sluggish pitch and the variations coming into play. Strange tactic, or definitely a point to ponder.
Well, I think you're looking at experience of Cornet Dry more so than anything. Yes, he might have gone for some runs, but he did come back well. And I think what you're eyeing is this is a guy that in a big situation, you trust him with the ball in hand. If you can put pressure on in this over, take a wicket, you're well in the driver's seat as we head to the last 5.
Knocked him over. That's the response. Cornet Dry knocks the stumps of Heath Richards. Perfect length delivery and a little bit of shape away from Heath Richards, who was static at the crease and lost his stumps. Big response from the big man.
Well, there you go. That's experience in and of itself. He's just gone to the length, gone to the stock delivery, and did just get that hint of sideways movement, and that's what's caused Heath Richards to have to walk away. Let's take a second look. Again, just storming in. Nothing fancy from Cornet Dry. Just on a length. It's a really good delivery. angling in, leaving him late. And Jamar Hamilton loving it. Celebrations as always. It's a big wicket. We mentioned if they get a wicket here, they could see themselves on the driver's seat heading to the last 5, and they've done so on the first delivery of this 15th over.
It's nothing like taking regular wickets, and they've done that in this run chase. And we're seeing an exact replay of the innings that we saw the first time around when Fire were batting. Atlanta Lightning didn't learn from that. They couldn't put a partnership together through the middle, and now they're into the lower order batters, asking a lot from them against quality bowling on a tough pitch.
Yeah, it's going to be tough now. Situation is just looking ever so more gruesome and favorable in the sense of the Atlanta Fire. 52 needed from the final 35 deliveries. Just 4 wickets in hand here as Junaid Siddiqui comes into the middle. He was great, brilliant with the ball. Probably deserved 1 more wicket than he got. But now with the bat has a tall task on his hands.
Yeah, when he was bowling, I said his bowling action is like Shahid Afridi. Can he bat like Shahid Afridi? Give a couple of big blows to give some support to Jesse Bhutan, who's very capable. But yeah, it's not easy here against this bowling, and Bhutan is probably still the key, but he would need someone to help him. He can't do it all on his own.
He needs someone at the other end just to stick in there, take pressure off. You can just get runs from one. It doesn't have to be boundaries, just singles. It just takes a little bit of a load off with the run rate still under 9.
Cut on top of the bounce nicely, Junaid Siddiqui, and gets the right thing, Aman Patel.
He gets that single to bring out Jesse Bhutan back onto strike, and this is the matchup. Again, if you take this wicket, the Atlanta Fire, they already feel they're in the driver's seat, but you got both hands on the steering wheel at this point. If you're able to get Jesse Bhutan, who's probably your last recognized bat, out of the middle, again, you're going to turn to the experience of Cornet Dry to do so. Bhutan, he's shown the ability to just push it down the ground, swept the spinners well. Just curious to see the length in which Dry likes to bowl.
That's a very, very good bumper. This is splendid bowling. Cornet Dry, you've seen him over the years. He does like a bouncer, but he really surprised Bhutan here.
No, that was terrific. There's no doubt about that one. Just hit the deck hard and just race. You can see even Jamar Hamilton takes it above his head and then was just looking around almost in shock. And Cornet Dry, as calm as ever, just walks back to his marker, ready to bowl the next delivery. Again, it's just another day in the office for Cornet Dry, but my goodness, what a delivery that is. I think, you know, a lot of us may be expecting that length or a fuller delivery, as we see maybe a little bit of a calf or a hamstring issue going on here for Junaid Siddiqui. It's very hot, very humid. Hate to see this. He is holding his calf.
Bit of an injury scare there. Atlanta Lightning didn't need that.
Yeah, again, don't need this at all. Just trying to get some fluids in. It might just be a little bit of a cramp. I think that might be the biggest thing. It's very hot again. Need to hydrate a lot more than probably some of the guys are doing. It's very humid. We had about 30 minutes to 45 minutes of cloud cover, and now the sun's just opened itself back up, and you can feel the heat back. That cloud cover made it feel like, oh, okay, maybe we're cooling down. No, not quite yet.
It's the Atlanta humidity as well that gets you. And it has been a hot and humid afternoon, although we're into August, late August. But other than the couple of 10 days ago, almost 10 days ago, where we traded in 80s or mid 80s, where it was very pleasant, it's been touching close to 100 in Atlanta last couple of months, with the exception of, like I said, a few days about 2 weeks ago.
It seems to follow me everywhere.
I was going to ask you.
It seems to follow me everywhere, these hundreds, because we go to Dallas, it's 106 every day. I head back to North Carolina. We're touching 100 now, and now we're here in Atlanta.
Cornet Dry, after a little bit of a break, came up with a slower delivery. The squeeze is well and truly on, started by the spinners, But then Atlanta Fire as a whole has really responded to that rather meager total, and they're in the driving seat, controlling proceedings here, unless Jesse Bouton kicks into action and does some mini miracle. Oh, it's in the air. Fielder getting under it, pretty close to the boundary, takes it but over the fence. That is a 6. Excellent effort by the fielder, but Jesse Bouton, who really punched it only. I mean, there was no backlift or no follow through whatsoever, but still carried over the fence, only just.
Yeah, he met the ball in the full. It was a slower one. It was dipping, and just like you said, a punch timed well. It's well judged here from the fielder. The thing is, he's inside the rope here. It's just where he finishes right there.
It's Ridwan Palash, and you've seen him in those classic catches contests before. He's a prolific fielder, but not to be on that occasion. And that 6 really gives the contest a new lease of life, because it was only going one way. That's the prowess of the man, Jesse Bouton.
And if that would have been a wicket, you would see the end of Jesse Bouton of an 83 for 7, and it's a whole different game now. That 6 just changes the flavor a little bit.
And goes for it again. This time Keenan Lewis can only watch the ball sail over his head. Back-to-back 6s against prolific Kone Dry. And Atlanta Lightning are back into the contest.
Very different game now. Very, very different game. Pulled the length back, Kone Dry. Got full on the back deliveries. This time on a length. Pulled down the ground. And Keenan Lewis was just moving to that position just because of the height factor. Was unable to get to that one. And that's a brilliant way to end the 15th over. And now we're back. It's anybody's game at the moment, Faisal. 39 needed from 30. Jesse Bouton, we've talked about it. He's the main cog in this run chase now, and he's doing his job in spades.
Wow, what a game. Within space of 2 balls, everything has changed. We knew that what Jesse Bouton can do, but it wasn't forthcoming after that Heath Richard dismissal at the beginning of the over. But then those 2 6s, that is the kind of the contest we have here in these minor league championships. The margins are so small that you can't discount any team out of the contest at any given stage, and Lightning has shown that.
Yeah, and it's prompted a change for the Atlanta Fire. They've gone back to the spin. It's going to be Emilio Ponzo to finish things out here and get a stint of spin in amongst all the pace. Try to see if they can just undo Junaid Siddiqui here.
Crucial over. Looking for that fancy. Bouton is quick, looking for that fancy sweep or paddle over the head of Hamilton, but he's done the job. Got Bouton on strike. This will be a contest, and this can decide the game. If Bouton can get better off Emilio Ponzo, his team will be on top.
Well, this is what you want here. You have your primary strike bowler as a spinner. He's a wicket taker. And then if you're the Atlanta Lightning, you have your big hitter. If you can end this over with a 6 here, it's huge. If you pick up a wicket, it's a huge moment in the match. This is the battle. This is the moment here that can really turn it in either direction. Again, it could come out where it's just a couple of runs here and there, but a wicket or a big boundary is going to decide this game.
4 crucial deliveries. The last one kept a little low. That's what Aponso will be hoping to do, that to one that is pretty straight and trap Bouton in the crease or goes through his defenses. I don't think Aponso is going to give any air to Bouton in this over.
And I don't think Jesse Bouton's going to force anything either. I think he knows his value too much. He has to be in there. I think he'd rather this over go for 1 run, 2 runs, than it go for 6 runs and then his wicket. I think he would rather sit there and give up the over.
As they run a quick single chance there. Did Hamilton grab hold of the ball? It came out of his hand. Not really an appeal as well. Atlanta Fire realizes that that wasn't a close affair at all. It could have been if it was a direct hit though.
Yeah, it could have been if it was direct, but there was no chance of it once it flew away from the stumps, out of the hands of Jamar Hamilton. And again, 2 runs, and get Jesse Bouton off strike, keep him away from Emilio Alfonso. The Atlanta Fire, again, would have loved bowling to him. The Lightning, they'll say, look, we can see out this over. Just keep Jesse Bouton in the middle. Let him get the Pacers back. Let him face Athena Supermanian. Let him face the rest of the Pacers.
Yeah, and what happens, what it affects is that Emilio Alfonso may get impatient towards the end of the over because he didn't see that wicket coming, and he may try to change his game plan and may offer an opportunity for some runs. So it is just so intriguing. The battle is so intense. Pace on offer and pace used. Call is for 2, and he will get there comfortably. So 2 more runs for Siddiqui. 4 runs off the over and no damage done. Closing in on that 100 mark. 99 for 6 with 1 to go.
Yeah, really well done there from Siddiqui. Didn't try to do anything too fancy. Saw the little bit of width and just opened the face through third man. Again, this is just good ways to keep runs flowing. 4 runs from the over, a delivery to go. This is a dream situation for the Lightning here. Haven't lost the wicket, just keeping the runs flowing.
Oh, chance, very tough chance, low to his right. I think it's Aaron Jones. He got a hand to it, but couldn't take the catch. Single to close out the over. 5 of it. 100 has been brought up with 4 to go. 100 for 6.
गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Well, here we go. 4 overs to go here, Faisal. 34 needed from 4. You're an Atlanta resident. I'm sure you're pulled in both directions. But which way do you see this game going at the moment?
Very difficult, Aman. Very, very difficult to tell. Somehow my attachment has been towards Atlanta Fire. Lightning, forgive me for that.
In the air, cries of catch it, but it's away from any fielder. It'll be 1. So runs flowing as Jeremy Gordon comes back into the attack to bowl his 3rd over. Have to imagine he's going to close it out the 17th and the 19th.
This will be the contest as well. Pace on the ball. Jesse Bouton, being from the Caribbean, that is no problem for him. He can get hold of Jeremy Gordon. I think Atlanta Lightning will be delighted. Big over coming up.
Well bowled on a length and just fended away for Bouton. A win here for the Atlanta Fire. Keep Bouton on the non-strikers end. That's what they got to be telling themselves. If Siddiqui hits you for 6, Siddiqui hits you for 6, but make him do it.
Either or, they want to see the back of Bouton, because if Bouton is there at the end of the innings, I think Atlanta Lightning will be favorites. That wicket is key. Drums have started to beat again. There is life in this contest still.
Cries of out, but it's just swung and missed out there from Junaid Siddiqui.
Was it a real appeal, or it was just a cunning effort to prevent the umpire calling it a wide? There was no enthusiasm in that appeal, but it was not given as wide and a dot ball at this stage of the innings, Aman.
Hit straight back. I think he's got all of it. I don't think Abonzo's got a chance. No, he doesn't. It's going to be 6. He was interested for a moment, Amila, but got enough of it. Did Junaid Siddiqui. We've talked about it time and time again. The Atlanta Fire, they would have been happy with this though. Let him hit you, but for the Lightning, he did hit it.
He did hit it, and he chose the right option with the wind, because it didn't look like it came off the middle of the bat, because Aponso was interested right till the last minute, but it sailed over his head, and a very, very important blow. Like you said, Bhutan was expected to do all the scoring. Any help he gets from the other end, he will extremely appreciate it. And Junaid Siddiqui playing his part in a little partnership, and that is the key. We've been talking about the importance of the partnership, and there's a hint of a slight partnership building with this one.
26 more runs required here from the final 3.2. Down the leg side, it's wide. Can't have that. Can't have that if you're Jeremy Gordon. That's what pressure does.
It does indeed. It was always going to be 2 or 3 hits in this run chase, which would be telling. Credit to Atlanta Lightning for the start they got. They got themselves into a position, but despite that mid-innings collapse, rather, they were in a position that there was only a couple of hits that were needed to change the momentum, and that's exactly what happened.
Exactly what happened indeed. The momentum's being shifted. You had the 2 sixes from Bhutan. Now you've had that 6 from Junaid Siddiqui. Just turned the game on its head. 25 from 19. It's anyone's game at the moment. And the Lightning, well, just hope they can find a boundary to close out the 17th over.
How would Fire need and love to have a couple of overs of spin at their hand?
Down the leg side, he's got all of it. Junaid Siddiqui, little bit of innovation there. He'll find 6 runs over the top of backward square leg.
Junaid Siddiqui would know everything about Jeremy Gordon, teammates from Canada. Just moved right across his stump, slow delivery. Siddiqui picked it, and after that it was just a free hit. He swung it and got it all the way. Have a look at that. That angle was always working against Gordon, but the innovation there from Siddiqui allowed him his hands to go free on the ball, and a full strike meant that a 6 would close out the over. 115 for 6.
Truly special what's brewing right now in this contest. 3 overs left, 19 runs. It's back down to almost a run a ball. And again, this game felt like the Lightning should be all over it. Then felt like the Fire should be all over it in this innings. And now it's just shifted back. It should be the Lightning's game. It's their game to lose, you'd say, at this point here. Faisal?
Definitely, I agree with this, Aman, because from this position, even with 6 wickets down, and look at the bowling options that are at Fire's disposal, Atlanta Lightning would do really, really bad to lose from here. In the key, we keep stressing on the importance of partnerships and how important this partnership has been. Once it felt like the chips were down and Lightning was staring down the barrel, but this partnership came at a good time. 2 sixes each for both the batters.
It's big time. It's absolutely big time. And talk about a big time player. The Atlanta Fire, they've turned to the youngster, Athendra Subramanian, from the opposite end of which he's bowled all day long, is going to get the ball back in his hand here in the 18th with 19 runs left. And you talk about the bowling options you mentioned earlier. Who's got those overs left? You're talking about the fact that you have an over from, of course, Jeremy Gordon, who just got hit for some runs. You have an over from Athendra Subramanian, which you're using now, and an over from Cornet Dry. And so that means all 3 options will have to be used to close out these last 3 overs. Interesting ploys here. I like this, though, from Jamar Hamilton. He's up at the stumps. He's not going to let these 2 batters attack Subramanian down the track.
And now that hit down the ground will be into the wind as well from where Athendra is bowling. But talk about the partnership in the context of this match. 33 runs of 17 deliveries. Absolutely precious contribution, and that could really prove to be the telling contribution of the game when it comes to batting in this game, because we haven't seen any partnership since halfway stage of that Atlanta Fire innings, basically. And
let's see what's in store. What does Subramanian have up his sleeves? We've talked about the slower deliveries, all the kinds of slower deliveries he has, but now this is the moments where they matter. You train for these big-time moments. And for the youngster, none bigger than right now. 19 from 18. Deep mid-wicket. Long on, long off, deep covers. Hit straight to short cover. Well done, Aaron Jones. Not going to give an inch.
That was beautifully fielded because it was struck very nicely. Atindra has struggled with his run-up all day long today. Once again, that stutter, bowling from the far end, like Aman said, for the first time. But he hasn't felt that fluency and that rhythm that we're normally accustomed to seeing him.
Drag down, hit into the leg side. They'll find one.
Into the pitch there, and it kept low. This game, the way it's shaped up from its beginning, I'm not surprised if there will be another twist there.
It almost feels a certainty at this point, Faisal. Just the game has ebbed and flowed masterfully here at the Prairie View, the Paramveers Cricket Complex. 18 runs left to get for the Atlanta Lightning.
Who will bowl the next over? The skipper will already be thinking about it.
You have to say it's cornet dry. After the over Jeremy Gordon gives up, you go to your strike bowler. They always say the penultimate over is the biggest one. But you never know with the way the Fire mix up their bowlers. Innovative. That's going to run to the boundary. It'll be one bounce over the rope for 4. We've seen Siddiqui do this. He sends it to the camera. And he's done it to perfection that time. 4 runs that for the Atlanta Lightning.
We were ducking for cover for this one as it was flying in our direction. But this is the innovation you talk about. Use of the pace. And this partnership is getting better and better. Siddiqui once again moving right across his stumps, realizing Atindra's pace is not any threat to him physically. But then he allows his hands to go through despite a good length delivery. And that is clever batting from Junaid Siddiqui.
Yeah, there's not much wrong with that delivery there. It's just the fact that it's T20 cricket and they can access any side of the ground. How does Romanian respond? In the air, away from the fielder. They'll get one on it. But nearly a catch, slowed it down, and nearly reaped the reward of Junaid Siddiqui.
Yeah, that's his strength, Atindra Subramaniam. And every time he's bowled those slow deliveries, he's landed them in perfect line and length, even in this pressure situation. It's just unlucky. It went away from the fielder. That wicket could really have changed the game a little bit, though. But with Bhutan on strike, already a good over for Lightning.
Slows it down, straight to backward point. Chance of a run out. I think he's home. Siddiqui's home. He's quick. Very quick. They get the one. It's a big run because it just means there's 12 runs left from the final 13 deliveries.
Yeah, throw to the wrong end as well because it was Bhutan who was stuttering. Siddiqui had absolutely no doubt in his mind. He was off the blocks very quickly. And that run was completed. This is sensational cricket from Lightning. You have to say these two experienced cricketers, they have showed every bit of that in this display. And that partnership is looking like a match-winning one.
Here we go. Final delivery of this 18th over. Atindra Subramanian. Can he deliver a wicket? Can he deliver the goods? In the air, in the gap. It'll be 4 runs. It was just a late stab at it, but it'll be enough. It's enough, and it'll be 4 runs. A brilliant end to the over for the Atlanta Lightning.
Pace on offer, not much footwork, but he just realized the weight and just threw the bat at it. Flew off the thick outside half of the bat. And that's the boundary that is pretty much sealed this as a contest. Or has it? Only time will tell with 2 to go. Atlanta Lightning 126 for 6.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go rewards, when you fuel, you save because rewards come first.
It's going to be at the wickets, and Looks like it is going to be Cornet Dry to bowl it. I think you're going to give your best bowler a whack at it here, but a lot to ask of the big quick.
It is indeed. Last week twice Cornet Dry was on a hat-trick. How could he do with 2 wickets in 2 balls here? Especially one of them being Jesse Bouton. Get a new man in, do something. Take it into the last over.
Here we go. Just having a question about the ball there, but Jesse Bouton, 29 from 24. Junaid Siddiqui, 26 from 12, each with 2 4s, each with 2 6s.
What if he just knocks Bouton over with this ball? Will he be complaining? I don't think.
Let's see, Cornet Dry. What can you do? What can you offer? All the skills of Major League Cricket for this moment here. Went for the Yorker, clipped well enough, it's fine enough, it's 4. That cuts the lead in half, and they're on their way, well on their way, are the Atlanta Lightning.
Cornet Dry immediately gets his hand up and apologized. The margins are so tight. It was a searing Yorker, but he missed his line, and easy pickings with the fine leg up in the ring for Jesse Bouton, and that means that the victory target is 4-run closer with plenty of deliveries to go now, and it's time for the drums to go, because Atlanta Lightning has, looks like, got one over their neighbors, at least for the first half of this doubleheader.
Yeah, it looks like they'll be 1 up, and they need that after losing that initial matchup last weekend to the Fort Lauderdale Lions. That's a huge win on their side, and Jesse Bouton, we talked about it. If he can get going, he's just someone who can change the game. He's done just that. We won't forget about Junaid Siddiqui. Cornet Dry, does he have any last says in this game? We'll have a dot ball there. Again, it's not going to be easy to get those last 4 off Cornet Dry. We might have to go to the final over. It's going to make him earn it.
And Junaid Siddiqui has put up a player of the match performance, you have to say, with the ball and then coming handy with the bat.
His runs, you would say, were the key. They changed the real game. And made this one an affair that the Lightning will be able to win handily. Into the leg side, that's it. Finishes off in style, and who else but that man, Jesse Bouton. How good has he been in this innings? He'll move to 39 with that 6, and that is the match. The Lightning, the drums will raise, the bat raised, and well deserved for Bouton, because he's the man who's delivered a much needed win and a clutch victory here for the Atlanta Lightning.
So cool, so calm under pressure, Jesse Bouton. He will take the plaudits, because when he came to bat, his team was really struggling, but he took charge in the middle. He did need support though, and support it was from Junaid Siddiqui, who played a wonderful hand himself. And in the end, the victory target was achieved with plenty of balls to spare. And that is Atlanta Lightning's moment so far of the season, getting 1 over their neighbors. But clinical performance, and the strength and depth in their batting lineup with the inclusion or with the presence of Jesse Bouton late in the middle order is really something that will really keep them in good stead in coming games as well.
Absolutely. Again, you talked about it. Mark Parchment was the guy who started things off, 37 from 23, and then a little bit of a lull. No one in double digits. Looked like the Fire were going to walk away handily with this one, but 39 runs to that man, Jesse Bouton. And don't forget about Junaid Siddiqui. His 26 from 12 kept the match in hand. These two teams, they'll see each other tomorrow. They all know each other. The opponent is never going to be more familiar than this for these two, but the rivalry is never going to be more intense for these two either.
Absolutely. Fantastic game of cricket though. Plenty of good skills on offer, as we saw a typical minor league contest, seesaw battle right till the end. And we expect to see more and more of such close games in this season coming up for this Sunoco Minor League 2023 Championships. And it was indeed a pleasure calling the game with you, Aman Patel. Really enjoyable. All our production crew, they did a fantastic job bringing you those pictures from this gorgeous facility here. Plenty more coming your way. But that was truly an enjoyable game of cricket, Aman Patel.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for joining us, and make sure to be back here at 2:15 tomorrow. We'll miss Faisal, but he'll be calling another game if you want to check it out. Plenty of minor league action coming right to you. Thank you for joining us here at the Buttermilk Viewers Cricket Complex, and we'll see you next time.
You're watching the Sunoco Minor League Cricket Championship, brought to you by our 2023 partners.
With the onslaught in the first over.
There you go, onslaught. They're appealing, they're appealing. This ball's actually out here. They could have run the Atlanta Lightning. Yeah, they should be running. Jamar Hamilton was convinced it was out. Umpire says no, and they're going to pick up a...
That's his variations.
Straight down the leg side. There's a big shout. Is it hit wicket? What's the call here?
Here at the Atlanta.
Well, that one's hit straight back over the top. I thought it was coming to us there for a moment there, Faisal.
Incredible stroke. Wow. He's at.
See spinner next over.
Gone there. The pressure was building, and Sagar Patel never looked in any kind of rhythm that is on at the moment.
Cuts in the air, taken. That's what pressure does. Leads to moments like that. And Nasser Hussein's delivered the big one. A wicket in his last. Picks up a wicket here. It's more from Jamar Hamilton. I don't even know if he's taken off the bails. He has, but there you go. Jamar Hamilton's running up and down because that's a huge moment in the game.
Going away in the field.
Sweeps well. I think he might have tucked it in well enough. No. Oh yes. It's gonna be 4. Just try to flick it back. It looked like.
Think in T20. Bhutan winds up and smashes him down the ground. That is the boundary that the Lightning definitely need.
As we head to the last 5.
Knocked him over. That's the response. Corner dry. That's a very, very good bumper. This is splendid bowling. Corner dry. You've seen him over the years. He does like a bouncer, but he really surprised Bhutan here.
No, that was terrific. There's no doubt about that.
It's in the air. Fielder getting under it, pretty close to the boundary. Takes it, but over the fence. That is a 6. Excellent effort by the fielder, but Jesse Bhutan and goes for it again. This time Keenan Lewis can only watch the ball sail over his head. Back.
Hit straight back. I think he's got all of it. I don't think Abonzo's got a chance. No, he doesn't. It's going to be 6. He was interested for a moment, Amila, but got enough of it.
Spin at their hand.
Down the leg side, he's got all of it. Junaid Siddiqui, little bit of innovation there. He'll find 6 runs over the top of backward square leg. Innovative. That's going to run to the boundary. It'll be 1 bounce over the rope for 4. We've seen Siddiqui do this. He sends it to the camera, and he's done it to perfection that time. 4. Slows it down, straight to backward point. Chance of a run out. I think he's home. Siddiqui's home. He's quick. Very, very quick. They get the 1. In the air, in the gap. It'll be 4 runs. It was just a late stab at it, but it'll be enough. It's enough, and it'll be 4 runs. Went for the Yorker, clipped well enough. It's fine enough. It's 4. That cuts the lead in half. Into the leg side. That's it. Finishes off in style. And who else but that man, Jesse Bhutan. How good has he been in this innings? He'll move to 39 with that 6, and that is the match. The Lightning, the drums will raise, a bat.